You can start here.
Massimo.
Spain simulator.
Yeah. This was holiday.
Great to make the voice and the Republic and everything. That's what I did when I.
All right. So, quiet, please. So, I officially open the second day of the NA, and do we have any announcements? Por favor.
First of all, thank you for the appetizer. It was really fun. Second of all, as to tradition, ESN Finland is giving an ESN Finland flag to the OC that all of you can go sign in coffee breaks. Leave a nice little note. It's not that one. It will be on a table there, I believe. I want to make one thing clear. I want to make one thing very, very clear. That flag, under any circumstance, must not be stolen. Is that clear? Under any circumstance. The flag will be there where the OC puts it. It will stay there until the OC takes it away. Do I make myself clear? Alright.
OC's put it, OC take it, nobody else.
Exactly. But yeah, go sign the flag, leave some nice notes, and yeah, have a great second year of DNA.
Okay, so let's do a quick quorum check right now. ESN Alto, ESN Pen, Hagahelia, Jyväskylä, ESN Lappi, ESN Lapland, ESN Lappeenranta, Laureamko, Metropolia, Oulu, Uni Helsinki, Uni Turku,
Yep.
Vaasa, and Obo Academy. Perfect. Now we have some important documents which need to be presented first. And the first one would be financial documents for 2024-25.
So those documents are not ready. So
So next we have financial documents for 2023-24. In the meanwhile, I'll figure out how to do this.
Thank you for the intermission.
Why does it stop?
Keep on like local process. Starting a step by step.
Beautiful. No, it's
Oh,
the
glare.
light
Okay.
is going to my screen.
Too much.
Difficult technical share. More down. Okay, now it's okay.
So as the OC said, there is that's an old age home, I think. So you might
Some of
see
the others.
you might see some ASMR grandmas doing some gardening.
What did you say?
Grandmas doing gardening.
Ah,
ESN grandmas.
ESN grandma?
Not ESN.
ASMR grandma.
ASMR.
Oh.
That would be a sugar mommy.
Nanny.
What?
We'll like have like 10 minutes break or what?
No. I'm just waiting for that.
Okay.
Emma.
Herm has lost its fragility. Herm has been violated. Severely violated.
So we are moving the presentation of 3-year plan here and then there's social background.
Herm has been severely violated.
Maybe you can make energy. Yes.
Okay. So now it's presentation of 3-year plan. Please, do you need a mic?
I can stream it.
Do I
Right?
need a mic? I like a mic.
Can I stream this?
Yes, you
Okay.
Is this on?
Should work.
Is this thing on? Test. Is it?
It was turned.
It's not working.
Oh. Technical shares, technical.
Very technical.
So, how many of you know what an action plan is? Excellent. How many of you know what a 3-year strategy plan is? You're lying. You haven't had one before. Do you have one in your section?
Yes, I'm hungry.
Hungary has one. Excellent. I'm gonna actually write it for Hungary. So basically, this is something that Isabella has been working on. We have an action plan outlining what we do during the year, but in order to have some sort of long-term growth as a national organization, we need to look further than that. 1 year at a time works somewhat well for our boards, but if we really want to grow and develop ESN in Finland, we need to have a longer period of time during which we try to implement these changes. And in order to have a plan, we first must know what the sections need. So this document is not something that we'll be voting on. It is something that I'm presenting as a consultation. I hope that I don't have a Slido prepared or anything, so I would encourage you to be brave in giving suggestions, giving opinions, asking questions. If there's something that I don't know how to answer, I will check with Isabella and get back to you. But so this PowerPoint is basically what the current document that we have now states. And what we are looking for is, first of all, ideas. So does this point just suck? Is it not realistic? And secondly, concrete ideas for how to implement some of these things. Can I get next slide, please? Actually, I'll further that text is massive. So the point of this presentation is to introduce the concept of the 3-year strategy plan. we will consult you here, and then hopefully have a ready document by the spring ending to accept and to guide our operations for the next 3 years. So yeah, so the structure of this is quite similar to what your action plan might look like. There's some points that are, I feel like I see those everywhere in ESN. So we start with obvious introduction, international mobility and student support, volunteer management and development, governance and membership, visibility, outreach, and IT relations, digitalization of mobility and IT infrastructure, and finally impact and community engagement. So for the international mobility and student support, a bit like what we talked about in the President's Committee yesterday, we really want to ensure our students have a quality mobility when they come to Finland. So this doesn't just mean having friends, it's obviously part of it, but it also means ensuring that funding is correct, that access is equal to everyone, that housing is available, and that academic credits are recognized properly. Then mobility needs to be inclusive, that is our goal, and the clearest way that we do this would be supporting Erasmus Plus, of course. But in general, all kinds of mobility for all kinds of students from all kinds of levels. Exchange of full degree students across different countries. Then it's one thing to do events when the students are here, but ideally we would also be helping students before and after their exchanges. How do they prepare to get the most of it? And how do they know how to get everything, how do they get to use everything they learned during their exchange? How can they implement that once they go back? Mobility has to be sustainable. One of the things that many countries have for this is encouraging train travel. In Finland, if you want to take the train to go out of Finland, good luck. Maybe in 50 years when the Rail Baltic project happens, if it happens. But right now, that's a bit complicated, but we can still encourage trains within Finland. And the term inclusive and flexible mobility here, oftentimes you go on exchange when you're doing your undergrad or master's in university, you go for a semester, and that's it. But what if you're disabled? What if you have just any kind of situation that is not what 90% of people's situations look like? What if you have financial troubles? We have to make sure that mobility is available for everyone, for all stages of their life, because students can have many different solutions, and we want to make sure that all of them can go on mobility. And finally, to go with my previous points about continued support and engaging after mobility, post-mobility impact, the skills, I'm sure if you've been on exchange, can you put your hand up if you've been on exchange? Can you put your hand up if you have done studies in another country than the one that you're from? Nice. I bet you've learned some stuff, like a lot, like adaptation, flexibility, all kinds of stuff. We want to make sure that our students know this, can identify these skills, and that they can promote them and use them. So that is for international mobility and support. Any more? Yes, Manoj?
Just to comment on this just to comment on this thing, because we are all in the education committee. The quality mobility and inclusive mobility, these things actually were discussed during EduCom as well. It was very nice, and the whole education padlet actually has formalized documents for these things. During EduCom, we also learned that we can organize these webinars for students who are enrolled in the university which you belong to, and we can organize free mobility webinars and can teach them, okay, these are the housing situations in these countries or these countries, what are the... So, for example, most people, they want to like go to places which are famous for tourism, let's say, let's be honest. Like, because let's say example, like you wouldn't want to choose by heart, like you want to go for Erasmus exchange in Jena, let's say. It's a small city in Eastern Germany, you hear Eastern Germany and you're like, no, thank you. So that's another story. So, but you need to also realize this thing, like how expensive is it, because Erasmus mobility funds are not too much as well. I mean, there is also provisions to increase the funding for next 6, 7 or 8 years of thing from 28 to 36, 35. But still you need to take a lot of things into account, like housing, how you travel there, everything else. So this is what we can actually help the students with, and it will be really helpful if you can organize these things with your IRO, and they will actually help you for that. That's all. And on that note, actually, community calls for international committees are still open. Last date is today. Apply for it if you want to make an impact.
So if you have any education questions or anything about this, he's your guy. He knows everything and more. So reach out to him on Telegram or in person. Obviously, you can ask me too, but not gonna lie, he knows everything I do and a lot more. Okay, moving on to volunteer management and development. So this, in some sessions, I think this overlaps a lot with the VP role, but it's the whole board's responsibility as well, I believe. Volunteering can be an extremely meaningful experience. It can have lots of highs and lots of lows. I'm sure all of you have experienced many highs and many lows in ESN or any other volunteering you have done. Something that also came up actually in our president's chat yesterday was how do you get people to come and join your board and to stay? And that is something that we would like to unify on an ESN Finland level in order for sections to be able to share tips with each other. If you're a new section, if you're a new board and you're not sure what to do, we would like to have a strategy that the sections can start implementing with the other sections. We also want to have a way to support knowledge transfers in your sections, because I'm sure everyone here knows what it's like to step into a role and not have maybe the most thorough knowledge transfer, and we want to make sure that we have a way to support the sections enrolling new boards and ensure that knowledge gets transferred. Finally, not knowledge. We want to have the opportunity to we want to be able to help people learn from volunteering and make sure they can identify what they have learned and how they can use this for their professional and personal development. We want to make sure that volunteer contributions are recognized. How many of you get credits for volunteering? A couple.
Nice, actually.
That's quite nice.
It actually doesn't happen in most countries, to be honest.
Yeah. How many of you have put ESN on your CV and gotten a job because of it?
Yeah.
How many of you feel like you have learned stuff during volunteering that is useful in your life? Nice. No hand up there? Okay. Fair enough. But basically, what we also want to make sure is that everyone can recognize what they've learned and learn how they can implement that in their lives. And finally, yeah, volunteering has highs and lows, but the lows should never be too low. And we want to make sure that the take back is that volunteering is a meaningful experience, and that it must, above all, it must be inclusive, supportive, and sustainable. Moving on to governance and membership. Who knows what governance is? Basically, ESN International has a whole thing on governance, and Isabella is the governance girlie. She would be very good at making this presentation. But basically, decision making in your board should be open, transparent, democratic, and we want to make sure that we can support you in ensuring that happens. We also want to make sure that the communication between sections and national board and support structures is very open and clear, because how can decision making be transparent if the members don't know about it? Then we want to support member sections. We have a wide variety of sections. Some have been established for a long time, some are newer, some are massive, some are smaller. And with that comes different challenges sometimes. And we want to make sure that all of these sections, despite their location, size, or history, have the same opportunities to grow and that they can share knowledge in the same way with each other. One example that I have is at the NA, we typically have another section, but we have seen that, for example, NET and AGM seem to get the same sections a lot, and it would be great for everyone to have the same opportunities. And that kind of goes with the equal presentation. I do feel like from a personal experience that I see people from Helsinki a lot more, just because I live there, and it's easier for me to get opinions from them. But I would also like to hear the voice of others. And obviously, if we don't know each other personally, and if we don't see each other in person, that's a lot trickier. So we would like to find a way for all sections to be heard and to be able to express themselves. So far, we have the section calls that our HR manager does, but of course, I think you can never have enough of this. So we would also take any suggestions that you might have for this. And finally, of course, ESN Finland is part of ESN International. They have their own goals that sometimes we kind of lose sight of because we are doing our events for the students, and then it's international, like yes, but European higher education policy is important. So we want to find a way to align everyone's priorities so that everyone knows what to work for and what ES International is aiming for. Obviously, I'm not saying that the events are not absolutely essential, because they are. But ESN has many priorities, and we would like to make sure that the sections know what those are, and how we can support both local level and international level. Can I get next slide, please? I think we talked about this a bit. How many of you have a section that is well known within your university? Like if you go to like a random person from your university, like, hi, I'm from ESN. Are they like, what's ESN? Or are they like, oh my god, I love ESN. So if your section is well known, please put your hand up. Okay, I see that half of the hands up on the side. Sometimes one section has one hand up and one not up. But you guys know what VIM is, right? How many of you have committed a VIM violation before? VIM is the ESN's visual identity manual. It outlines the fonts and the colors that we can use. And for example, the fact that the logo must be like that and not like covered by anything. So that is part of ESN's cohesive branding. Obviously, we are. But obviously, we want to make sure that VIM is being respected, because it really it does so much for the image, to have a clear visual image that everyone knows what ESN is about, what they look like. We want more visibility. Sometimes you might be at your university's international fair, or you might present to exchange students. In some countries, that can go on TV for some cool stuff. We would be looking for ideas for how to do this. Then promoting mobility. Obviously, we focus a lot on helping the incoming exchange students, but one of ESN's tasks ideally would also be to encourage locals to go on mobility abroad. And I think a lot of ESNers are very well to do this, because they have seen firsthand the impact of mobility. Whether you have done exchange, whether you have moved to a new country for your studies, whether you have just seen the impact of your work in your exchange students. You're in a very, very unique place for mobility. So also looking for any kind of concrete suggestions you have to add to the part. Active advocacy, this goes with the mobility part. Currently, the European Commission is planning the budget for the next 7 years of the big budget, and part of that is the Erasmus program. So we can actually influence how much budget is going to go into the Erasmus program in the next 7 years. That is something that I think, especially on the national level, we can talk with administration, because something that we want to work towards. And finally, stakeholder collaboration. I think this is a bit more relevant into the local section, because you have your HEI partner. So we want to find ways to encourage sections to cooperate with their universities. to encourage good and sustainable relations. Digitalization. I study kind of IT, and that's where my credentials end for this. But do you know what a learning agreement is? I hear some sighs. So for those that don't know, when you go on exchange, you have to write down what courses you want to take. That is called a learning agreement. How many of you have done one, like done a learning agreement? Okay, so keep your hand up, Now, can you put your hand down if your agreement was done online? Did you fill a paper or did you do?
I had to do both.
Okay, alright. Okay. What?
I had to print it, write it by my hand, and scan it and send it
Okay,
back.
alright. Yeah.
Sure.
So
Now it was France.
So that is an example actually. So as the ESN survey tells us, less than half of the people that go on exchange do their learning agreement online, which I think is outrageous because why are we printing stuff in different life, you know?
That's agree.
So that is one of the things that we want to support. We unified digital ecosystem is a bit vague, but clear websites. In Finland, we use Kigap, which is very convenient, honestly. But having something unified and digital is one of the goals of this. We also want to make sure that there is knowledge about these things in our sections. So we currently have a WPA and an IT coordinator, and that is largely their task. But of course, we want to know concrete ideas, what people need to know more about. We, this is a tricky one. We would like to implement ES International's digital vision. So digitalization is very different in Finland compared to, for example, France. That's from my own experience. And Finland is often quite far ahead compared to ESN International. So this is a little bit tricky, but for example, one project that they're rolling out is the digital ESN card. Contact Jana for talking about that. It's one of her love-hate projects. But a bit like the visual identity, having a unified digital strategy within ESN International is very valuable for brand image and for making students' lives easier. And finally, HE, what's HE? Higher education. Oh, obviously. But basically, having the best tools possible and making them compatible with what the students actually use. Because having good tools is nice, but if you have a million different apps for everything, it's not that nice, you know. So yeah, again, for this, we would love some comments, some thoughts, and any concrete suggestions that you might have. So next slide, please. I think this is the last one, not sure. Last year we had, for example, a flood drive project. Some countries have had beach cleanups. Unfortunately, in Finland, our beaches are way too clean to do that. You can try, but you're not going to get much garbage from there. But what we want to make sure is when you go on exchange, you want to make friends between the culture. But one aspect that we could also look at is making a difference in the host country's culture. For example, some sections allow exchangees to volunteer with them. Others maybe set them up with volunteering opportunities, such as beach cleanups, volunteering at nursery homes, and so on. We would also like to track actually what is being done. So say that your helping is good, but being able to measure that is better. Showing how exactly you help them and how much. The point 3, I think, is how, at least half people here end up in ESN. I'm guessing you did your exchange, and then you came back, and like, that was fun, I'll join ESN. That was me at least. And oftentimes that is exactly the part of engaging in society after mobility. So during mobility, you might have events that help people contribute to Finland, for example, with volunteering or blood drives. and you might encourage them when they go back to keep volunteering, to keep being a good citizen. And yeah, finally, the last point goes a little bit hand in hand with how some sections have contacts to retirement homes or to libraries. You can also have these other contacts and get your students who would like to volunteer to go volunteer for them. I think it can be a very, very giving opportunity for both the students and for the associations. Next slide, please. And so yeah, so that was basically the 3-year strategy outline. We're not voting on anything today, but I wish I had a starter for this, but you know. You can also send us messages or emails anytime you want, because we are really looking for ideas. Do any of these points just seem useless to you? Would you like to add something to this plan? Because a lot of that stuff is very important, and it's also very, very hard to implement within just 1 year, which is why we need this long-term reach. Yeah, that was all for me, and I think we have time. And I think, yeah, I would love to hear any of your thoughts now. And if that was a big info dump, the documents are also in the written documents part. I invite you to read through them, discuss them with your section, and then send us input at this address. I think we might do some kind of form as well, but we'll let you know. But yes, for now, thank you for listening, and I would love to hear any of your comments or questions.
If you have any questions, comments, reactions, if you want to add something, know about something, please go for it. I mean, one of us will answer if we know. Enough.
I have not a question, but it's kind of a question, like how the coaching, like the national team coaching system is working. Like coaching team, like I know that.
Sorry to interrupt, but can you also tell your name and section so that it's easier?
Amir Otsmani, ESN Uni Helsinki. How the coaching team. So I know that every section has a national board co-parent. So how this is working currently, and how, like you said, like it's missing a little bit of physical presence, because personally, like I personally, like if I only know you from the national team because I only know him. So how it's working, and does it include any coaching visits? I mean, like national team going there physically, and like rotation system as well.
Right, national team, national board?
National board, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the NB godparent thing, how many of you know about the NB godparent thing? Okay, yeah. We saw it in the sections spreadsheet. That was a really good idea. The idea would be basically, if you don't know, to have one person from the NB that you can reach out to, because sending an email to the whole board can be a bit scary. So having someone you can just like text on Telegram would make it probably easier. But it is at its early stages. It wasn't really done last year at least. So we are still trying to figure out how exactly we want to implement that to best help the sections. That actually could be something to add to the 3-year strategy plan. Because the point would be to have like an easier point of contact with the NB than just emailing the whole board. And ideally there would be section visits. We are a little bit concerned about the budgets for traveling. Because it's expensive, and I think that would be gone last year. So we cannot justify going over the budget. So they might be online too. We also need to figure out how we want to align this with what our HR managers do with the section calls. Because sections are also quite busy and don't have time for a call every week by different people. So that is definitely something that we would like to improve and make more concrete. In terms of how that would happen. And I mean, do you have anything that you would like the NB godparents to do?
Yeah, actually, like we had a similar system in my previous NGO, and the godparents, like that was included in coaching visits at least once per month. And that's and also like it was like kind of closer contact to the local committee, like the section. So that person was in their group chats, like general standard group chat that they can tag any moment they want to have a question directly on the national team and at the same time it was like a closer kind of contact in terms of strategies, in terms of everything. Because with this way, if that person from the national board is closer to the section, that means the section has representation within the national board strategies.
No, that's
Like,
very good.
I can share with you some drafts I already have.
Yeah, we'll see actually, but that's a very good point. Yeah. Yeah, I think it would definitely start by everyone contacting their sections, and checking on how they can best help them. But yeah, I agree, it's very good to define that in this plan. And I think it goes directly with the point of social contact with the section. That's an excellent concrete idea of how we can actually make this happen. Thank you. I think
Okay.
Julia was first.
Okay.
Yeah, something about the digital ESN card, but not too technical of a question. It's more like kind of a value question. I've understood, or we as a section, I think have understood that it's gonna limit a lot like who can get it. And at least in Vaasa, and as far as I understand it, ESN Finland in general, we enroll a lot of like non-exchange students in ESN Finland, and I think it's like a big value to us. Will you do something as like ESN Finland to maybe make this heard that we don't maybe really love the fact that we would be isolating a lot of our people on the ESN part from now on?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Is your information coming from Jana?
From that.
Okay, yeah, alright, no, because I would have asked Jana to come answer, she knows a lot about this, this Waste and Heart project. Basically, I think from what I remember from NEP, right now it will be tied to an HEI, which we use basically, and you would have to be a member of that to get it, which would automatically exclude, for example, people who are here on internship, or just for work or no longer students. And that is definitely a concern that I think many other, and it was also shared at NEP, because, I mean, to talk a bit about that, the whole project, the timeline does not seem super realistic. And there is a consensus from what I gathered that the project will be a bit delayed, because it's still quite at its early stages. Do talk to Jana because she's the expert about this. But that's definitely a very, very valid concern. One thing I can just think of is, if I recall correctly, the ESN card has some rules about maybe not being allowed to give it to like local degree students, which what?
You can.
There's something about if we can exchange a card.
There is a slight caveat that you can give ESN cards to international students who are doing undergraduate and postgraduate, not local students, as in like from.
Yes, but many sections do that, and they are often a very, very valuable resource.
That's.
And they're, yeah.
So sorry to interrupt, but you can see.
Oh, good,
a lot of
but yeah,
reactions.
so, I mean, I love having lots of reactions, but basically, yes, the ESN card rule is that it's mainly for exchanges and for volunteers, and one of the things that I love at ESN is that it connects locals and internationals. So ESN in Finland might be a little bit unconventional in that regard, and at least I'm not sure how this actually works. But it will definitely be a concern of ours, because to me the most value comes from connecting local and internationals. Then we had a question. Do you have a direct reaction to this?
Yeah, basically like something I hope ESN Finland can maybe communicate to ESN International is that it's a very short-sighted strategy to narrow it down to much more get it, because right now I think it was something that if at least if you're like planning on going on mobility, you can get it even if you're a local student, but then like how do you measure that? You don't know. It could be that they first get into ESN, they can be on a board member, some sections already struggle to find board members, and it can be valuable to have local board members. Then they might go exchange, they might still be very like internationally minded even if they're not going on their house. But yeah.
Agreed. Yes. I think Ali had a reaction first.
Yeah, so as context, I have worked in QA for software and in white hat testing, that being intentionally trying to break it, stuff like this. From what I've heard from Jana, we can elaborate on this. Essentially, the user interface for this digital ESN card is absolutely broken. It does not function to its intended purpose or at all. So getting your hopes up on this system, well, as said, the situation is that they really want to make it work, but it don't work, and their timeline is a little bit below, to be honest. Like, it just is the way it is. It's going to require a lot of work, and then even more quality assurance testing, because of course there's a lot of money, a lot of information moving, so mistakes happen, issues. That's all.
But that being said, in Finland, we're in a pretty fortunate situation where we have KIDE for membership tracking. So we are not in dire need of a digital ESN card as a concept. But since ESN International really wants to move to that system to eliminate plastic waste and all that, that's like a good project. I am personally a little bit pessimistic about the timeline that they have. But let's see.
She had her hand.
Yeah, Henry ESN Lapland. Just about what Paul said, because basically with ESN Lapland, for example, our board is like around half and half with international and things. So obviously, I mean, it is certainly an advantage, especially when it comes to legislation and that sort of thing. So obviously, if they now rule in the future that only either international degree students or exchange students are entitled to have the ESN card, then how is that going to work? Because if you are a board member, you need to have the ESN membership.
Yeah,
So
volunteers are usually like exempt from this, and actually in most countries like south of Lithuania, everyone is local and on the boards. But yeah, I do want to reassure you that having local students in ESN is a really like big deal, and it's not just something that we're gonna like just let go of. Having local students as volunteers and as regular members is extremely beneficial, because you don't want to create just an exchange bubble like often happens. So yeah, don't worry, we are not going to just like yeah, or whatever. But to go with Yana on the timeline, many sections, like in the south of Europe, don't have bank accounts. Many of them have a box, ESN card, and a box of money, and you go, you give them the money, you get the ESN card, and that's for your member. So unifying all the sections will take time, definitely. So I think it will be a long process with the possibility of giving your opinion at many stages.
Yeah, like it's not a question but more proposition to Jana. Did ESN Finland suggested a direct integration with KTL for ESN codes?
I can reply to that. We are a small NO in that regard. I have discussed with Sweden, for example, they have a similar thing to KIDE app that they use to track their memberships. I have asked, like, how do they deal with ESN card being also a membership proof in our network. Basically, almost everybody just has a Google Sheet that aggregates all the information, or just doesn't aggregate, it's just manual work. Unfortunately, KIDE doesn't have API that they can connect to anything and get any data from there. And the digital ESN card, or whatever, however they will decide to call it, they won't have any sort of API for the next 5, 6, 10 years. So it is pretty much impossible for us to even conceptualize connecting KIDE and ESN info. It is a dream, but I think it would require a lot of variables to be perfect, and I don't think ESN International will be that pumped about an NO as small as ours trying to request something like that, unless they're developing an API, and then it's our job to connect it. But again, the system of a digital ESN card doesn't even work as is right now, and hopefully it does by January, but let's see.
Can I raise a quick thing? To answer your questions, I just shared on the general chat on who can get a ESN card. It's on the website, and you can read it. Secondly, on digital ESN card, it's in beta testing, and also the website has, as Ali mentioned, it has very poor UI. It's maybe worse than Windows DOS. It's very poor. It's on beta testing. I don't think there will be any forcing anywhere in nearby years. We're not really sure, and you should be chill. I think it's perfectly fine.
I have a
Second
thing about the ESN card, like the digital ESN card. Last Wednesday there was a presentation live stream. The link was unlisted, but you might still be able to go to your email that you received about that. Everybody got an email about that, and you might still be able to like watch the playback if you're interested about the digitalization of ESN card. And we have asked a lot of questions in that presentation specifically about that. You can probably find it, but I think they also said that they will send the recording again.
Is it on the same ESN card topic?
So we
Let's
are gonna take all questions.
ESN card topic? Okay, then we can just take Ali's last question. Then after coffee, we have coffee break, and after coffee break, we'll have time for more questions because this is a nice whole topic. So you can ask questions as you can. If you want, if you all like, I can also make a short Google Forms thing, and that also works for further things because may not have time enough today.
I think on some words we're fine, but the coffee break should be like soon, and then we'll have more questions after that.
Yeah. So let's Ali, please.
It isn't so much a question, it's more of a statement. The current state of the API itself is of course very troubled in the sense of the law as well. We are all of us mandated by the Financial Associations Act to keep certain records of our members. Currently, the user interface, lackluster as it is, provides absolutely no faculties for doing this. As such, it makes it inherently unadoptable for any section that doesn't want to have someone manually registering every piece of information submitted onto a separate tracking sheet. That's all.
All right, we can go for the coffee break now. Because the time, because if you did not notice the time changed, the time you basically slept 1 hour extra today. If you slept at all. So yes, now you can have 10 minutes coffee break, and then we can sit down and have more questions.
And then we'll have more questions.
We'll have more questions.
So what time back from the coffee break?
11. I'm very
This was crazy.
So many people. That's so
I was wondering, I can see one of these slides in this presentation. Yes, there are questions. Yes. Good to go? Are you interested in digitalization? Emma. Oh. I just want to ask. You want to digitalize?
that is actually, I feel personally we can do it first actually. The candidates can do it first before everything.
Because if I don't have that thing again. Yeah. So 2:45 is my thing.
Discussing
Nice. Want to do some funny pose? Not so funny, but okay.
Yes, sir. Good morning. How was your night? What was it? I don't remember. Oh, I told you you have to remember. I told you. I told you you have to remember yesterday. Come on.
Every time at the police station, I went to or we sit together. And he was like, okay, let's go meet Polina. I was like, yeah, but we need to wait for that dude. His name is Amir, and I'm waiting for him.
That's in the telegram.
The thing is, like, I went to him, I met him, then he was
Can you sing too? Do you wanna sing too? Ahmed?
I just had, yeah, my hair is
Sing something also, no?
And also, I received the message like when I met him, like in this time. I felt like
Too bad, bro, too bad.
there was like other guy.
Just now I have a little bit of hair. Last month I was fully bald.
Why you changed
I didn't change, it wasn't by choice. I had to run it from full. Let's go back. I would be like that for in January. Yeah, it's a nice Easter
Election.
Sit down, please sit down. There is actually a lot of chocolates time travels gave to us, so I would just put it there if you want to take it. I'll put it there. Also, the questions is still again on. So if you want to ask questions on the things, please go for it. You want first? Okay. Lucas first. Lucas was also there. Sorry. Yes, please go on.
Yeah, so we are gonna continue taking questions for the 3-year deadline.
Yes. So Lucas is in Turku. The question about the timeline for this 3-year plan, because it starts in 3 years, so it seems quite precise, but at the same time now we're only discussing about ideas, and I assume you would want this approved in NA. So when would you like this to be ready? And then
Yeah, in terms of timeline, it's not going to be for our board, so we can do is like set up the next board can then take over. Ideally, now it's consultation. It would be awesome to have a ready version of the 3NA, and that we can then pass on to the next boards that they can start using. The reason why it's 3 years is because that aligns with ESN International's 3-year plan.
can I ask?
Okay.
Yes. And then, so Lucas, and I wanted to ask how detailed you want to go in terms of level of actions that you want to implement, because at the moment it's very much ideas, and from our own experience in Turku, what we have, when we only had ideas, nothing happens. So how detailed do we want this?
Yeah, great question. So about the detailing, that's one of the reasons why we're consulting, is because we want to know how we can make this more concrete and what stuff we can add there. So we would really want to have concrete ideas in there. At the same time, it's very difficult to know what the board will look like in 3 years. So we cannot predict that, and we also don't want to have unrealistic, extremely high, extremely precise expectations. Because we want to make sure that ESN Finland's future is guided by these principles, and we want to have examples of what they can do. But we also don't want to like you have to implement the middle ESN card by 2027, for example. We don't want to have anything like that. But I agree with you that without any concrete ideas, it's just a pretty so it needs to be more concrete. And we would love to get an email that we've already got great ideas from you, how to make that more concrete. But there is a limit. So like I'm taking the example before of the ND godparents. The idea is to have a contact with the section from ND. An idea of how to do that would be to better use the ND godparents. We can make that more precise by saying that they have to, each ND member has some sections that they should be in contact with. But you don't want to make that too precise. For example, every ND member has to have one column with their sections. Because stuff happens and that's not always realistic. So we have to find a balance, but it definitely needs to be more concrete than it is now.
Second reaction?
Yes. Additionally, I do have to raise the money side of things on this subject, especially on the godparent sections initiative, because say in case of the physical visits to the sections, if the board member is say from Lapland and their godparent section is Haaga-Helia, for instance, or in my case, I live in Turku and my godparent sections are Uni Turku and ESN Lapland, you can probably see how traveling to Lapland can be a budgetary strain. So if we first choose to put it in the action plan super concretely, that we want to have the NB members go to their own godparent sections at least one time per X time frame, and then the sections decide to downvote a budget amendment that suggests to actually amend the budget to fit that goal, we're essentially just handing a really big L to the NB in like 3 or so years. That is something that we need to keep in mind to remain consistent and not like inadvertently troll the next board somewhere in the future. That's all.
Yes. So now we discussed a lot about these decisions going through NB and through whole board suggestions. But these decisions in the 3 years plan will impact what people do and what we do in local sections. So I was thinking, would it also maybe make sense to involve the positions communities? So we have now these groups in this.
Very nice.
Because, for example, if we have the president and the vice president who come together and take decisions on how to do events or communication. Maybe the events and the communication people, they will be like, very nice talk, but we have no way to do this.
That's a very good point, yeah. I think if I have to do comms, I think our Instagram will probably get deleted because it would be so bad. But ideally, the point of the section would be that the whole board gathers to discuss these topics. But I also agree with you that having some kind of discussion with your colleagues from other sections might bring more ideas. That is a very good idea too. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the same topic? Okay, then you can start.
Uni from ESN Finland, National Coordinator. My question is, went through your document and it was missing one thing. So my question is, how are you gonna measure the success for each focus area to track focus and impact for that?
Very good question. Yeah. And I'm glad we're having this conversation. I think, well, some of them I think are more measurable in a way, like IT, the website, sorry, it doesn't. It's clear or it's not clear. Obviously, there's a spectrum there, but we can all agree that some websites are better than others. Same for ESN card. If it works with no bugs, then it's mostly successful. Is other visually ESN card, hypothetically. If it worked well with no bugs, I would consider that successful. But I think Jana will be better equipped to answer that question. For others like education, yeah, how would you measure cooperation with your HEI? Honestly, I think it's a good question. Do you have any ideas?
But you have to make some KPIs, so that's how you actually measure this success for specific focus areas. Then you will check how was the impact for the specific.
Is that a comment?
The question that is asked, how would you measure the cooperation with your HEI? For example, right now we cooperate with the university on several levels, basically, settings at a time. So you could have checkpoints like, say, free office space given by the university. So that's the checkpoint. If they checked it, then great. Then say funding resources given by the university. So checkpoint and check. So you can have a couple of such parameters that if like any section fulfills, then their impact is measured in coordination with the university.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Yeah, I have to admit the tracking of the success, like I missed that part honestly. So I'm very happy that we are having this conversation because I think it is important to see how we're doing. We could also maybe consider like yearly checkpoints that would be nice to reach to track this. But yeah, that's a very good point. And we're also taking happily any and all ideas for how to measure progress in these areas.
Any other questions on the whole 3-year plan, please?
Back to what you said, would it's just an idea, but what if, like measuring success, are you measuring it per section? So would each section, track their own progress, or is there, levels to it? So, action, you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
Because, yeah.
So once you have section-wise, and then you combine it.
Yeah, exactly, so it's like the...
Yeah.
I mean, that's is it a question or an idea?
An idea-ish.
I think it's an idea. I think then we have to also be mindful of the level of complications that we can have, because also if we give that document to sections with 5 criteria for bullet points, I can see Mrs. President's stressed face from here.
As well too.
It's a lot of work as well, yeah. So we would also have to be mindful of the section's time in terms of how much time you have to log your success in all of these different areas. But I think for some areas, the success will be measured more on local level, and for others more on a national level. So I think it will also depend on the bullet points of this paper. That's also a very good idea.
I have a comment on this. So for the tracking per section, I think a good comparison would be the activities of the ESN website. I'm not sure if most of us here use it.
What's ESN activities?
So it's a website where you can register all your activities that you did, and then there's a lot of text and a lot of little things you have to click each time, and it takes a lot of time. But the only reason why we do it is so that we're visible, but there's not really any sense to do it. So I think if there's a platform made for tracking more success, so there would need to be other incentives.
The information from ESN activities website is actually what gives all the kind of, let's say, awards during International EGM awards. So I think it's useful, but to track success just based on the events is not exactly feasible or logical, let's say both ways. Any other questions, comments on? We hear you, okay. Okay, so we, one question?
At least a comment, because like at least for us, I would say again, like we have our own platform for tracking events. So we all have PDFs and we can generate reports on a lot of things. So I don't know, like I don't think we should ask for special treatment, but at the same time, since we're already doing that once, why we should do it multiple times? Why they cannot trust the national board just to deliver what ESN Finland sections are doing?
Are you asking like whether ESN activities should be filled in Finland because since we already track it?
Yeah. We
That's,
already have TDL.
but how do any other countries know what you're doing? How do other sections know what events you've had in the past? Because on TDAP you can't really see past events, you can see future events. So how do other sections know what you're doing?
Well, at least you can generate reports. So at least it will be easy, right?
To comment on this, the activities of ESN is very much an internal ESN platform, which will allow to also know from outside how many people come to your event, how many people do you reach, how many local people come, how many helpers you have, and what objective of ESN do you follow the most and what you're trying to do. So it's very much an ESN perspective. It's not for yourself that you do it, it's for the rest of the network. So if you have internal reports on events from Kide, that's very good for yourself, but it's not going to be useful for the rest of the network. And then the ESN on national, international, and other sections will not be able to know how many people come to you, what you're doing, and what impact you have.
I would also add to that even though in Finland we do have TDAP, but data is very, very valuable. And on the topic of this plan, we're still brainstorming how to measure success. So we're not talking about mandating sections to fill ESN activities, but now that I'm thinking about it, it could be a very good way of encouraging sections to fill their activities there. One reason is, for example, you might have heard of Simone, President International. When he goes to talk to the European Commission or to his parliament, if he can say, yeah, so this month my association did 1,000 activities, here's proof, that's valuable. Saying that, like, oh yeah, people do like events all over Europe. One section had a cultural night, that's nice. Having a website showing 1,000 events is numbers that can be used.
Follow-up, how can we mandate to membership to fill out the ESN activities? Because to be honest, personally, I would not, like if it's only I will do it weekly, it will take too much. So
yes, but it's actually a legal requirement to do it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a way to encourage them, not legally.
I think the best way is just to show the value of it to the sections, because it's volunteering. It doesn't make sense to force anyone to do anything. The best hope we have is showing that it's important and that it's just to encourage people to do it. Yeah. We're not going to force them to do anything with volunteering, obviously. So we just want to encourage people to see the value in it and to do it.
I have a quick question.
On the same topic? Is it a comment on the same topic? Ali was the one who raised first.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. So basically, tracking the activities on the site itself also helps ESN International kind of determine when it would be advantageous or inadvantageous to have certain types of events. Different countries have their summer vacations and stuff at different times of the year. So it's kind of fun when you get that email where there's the big old map that sees that, oh yeah, Finland is like super quiet during June. I wonder why that is. And then you see Germany and France like absolutely chock full of events, and then like in October, Germany is dead because they're on leave at that point. Their semester starts at a different time. But the thing is, if we don't register any of our events, ESN International, they don't know. Like, they will start putting events where they are inadvantageous to all of us, and then we'll be kicking dirt like, oh no, it's so sucky that the event is at this time when everyone is like literally out of country, or in a summer job, internship, you name it. Essentially, it is as much to our own advantage as it is to theirs.
Same.
Yeah. I also feel this is relevant to the current topic. So for this 3 years plan, so do you have some checkpoint like biannual or annually where you're going to present that report, like this is what we achieve, or just after 3 years you will just present?
Great question. Great question. Honestly, what we have in the document is what we have for now. I think it would be good to add a part about measuring success, about checkpoints, about maybe reports. I'm going to be honest, reports are a lot of work. So having them every month, like this example does, is not feasible. And it will also depend on the current ND's composition. For example, there could be a national coordinator role that can help with this, but what if that role is not filled 1 year? So some kind of checkpoints to measure that would be very valuable, but also we have to kind of be a little more flexible and take account of the potential 3 next national boards.
So are you going to assign some specific person for each specific area? Because I know you don't have much resources. Your team is like limited with coordinator and network board.
Do you mean for planning or for tracking?
Like for each focus area, like you mentioned, there are many, and I'm sure we don't have that much resource. So are you going to have some more recruitment, or you will assign some?
Do you mean in terms of now planning or later for like the tracking?
No.
For the planning, most of these like big points align with a board position. Education is strongly present related. This position is obviously WPA. There was the coherent brand image, that would be communications. I don't think was there a financial slide?
Yes.
Yes or no?
I didn't see one.
Financial could be added, but basically most of these points align with a board position. So I think that could be the easiest way, because now this has been, this is technically a governance project, so it has been under Isabella's tasks. But once we start the consultation, I do believe it would make more sense to divide this by responsibilities. So yeah, I mean, I feel like it could be integrated with stuff like committee calls. We're going to have a president's call in November, and this could be a topic there. And of course, we're collecting data from the whole board, so we will also get it by email, hopefully, or in a Google form. So yeah.
Another thing. So don't you think like if you try to like assign those things to your national board member, will it be like too much for them because they already have enough? And maybe after your mandate, the next board will say like we cannot implement this, so it will be like.
Are you talking about the planning or the implementation?
The implementation.
Okay. Well, it's kind of already in that board position's description.
Okay.
Education and advocacy is in the president's description. Taking care of local community is in the job description. So those already go hand in hand. It would more be guidance on how to do this exactly and what steps to take so that you can actually build something. So it would more be guidance on how to do your position.
Thank you.
And in addition, you can just, when you're doing the knowledge transfer, you can just tell them this is one thing you have to do it. So, I mean, it's not exactly a beneficial part for just the president. I think it's a beneficial part for the whole NO. So it's more like, you know, you're doing for NO. So it doesn't matter who's the president or who's the board. It's nicer if you just do it, planning and strategy. So it'd be nicer. Yep.
A comment on this.
Yeah.
So Lucas, you mentioned it's a lot of work, especially the report. Is it considered to add a VC or a coordinator position only for this? Like a tracking success or a
Why not? That being said, I mean, opening new positions is always a bit tricky because there's the whole will people apply? Will people want to do it? Will we have someone taking care of this person? So maybe but I think the first thing would be to see kind of what we do with this plan. For example, for the action plan, there's the annual report at the end. For this 3-year plan, I don't think it would make sense for only the last board in this rotation to write something on it. So obviously every board will need to do something, so maybe there's another version of the annual report, something like that. Because I do think it's so tied with the board's operations that this coordinator, if we were to have one, would have to be extremely aware of everything that happens. And I do think it would be easier for every NB member to write about what happened in their position. Or an actual coordinator if the position that
All right. At this point, I mean, you can ask for the questions to Anna or anyone like who's relevant on email or something. Right now, we have to move further for the pictures. Sorry. There is Spring NAOC selection, which.
Yes, I'm back for a new different topic now. So now we're talking about the Spring NAOC selection. So as per our statutes, and EPP, the OC of the next NA is meant to be chosen as the previous NA. And if that does not happen, it will be chosen by the board when an application is received. So we got an application, but it was after the deadline, and the section chose not to present it here because the timeline for them was quite short. So this is just an announcement that we did not receive application by the deadline, and hopefully get one soon. And that's all. Very short points. Yes.
Are you not gonna say what section?
They said that they were not sure anymore, so I would choose not to, because I don't want to put them on the spot.
Also, it's also you cannot like.
What?
You cannot do it like
What?
You cannot do it
And we do PR stuff or something.
Yeah. Okay, so we can move for picture time. Please.
How much time do we have for picture time? Let's say.
Alright, so we will now proceed to picture time, and since we're so close to the city center, we will actually go and take it next to the Statue of Liberty that we have at our Tori. We're going to the main square of the city, which is about 1 block that way. So people who know where it is, for also locals, please help us direct. Kay will be taking our picture. This should take about 15 minutes. So please don't disperse.
Wait.
Yes. Take your jacket if you need, take your flags, mascots, overalls, whatever you wish. And we go. And lunch after that. So please genuinely don't disperse. Lunch will be here, served in this room.
quorum check first because the candidate section people will leave soon with the train, and that's why it's nicer to do the section approval or voting on that first. So for that we need quorum check. I'll quickly just check ESN Alto, ESN Pin, Maga area, Uvescula, Lapland, Lahti, Lappeenranta, Toranko, Metropolia, Oulu, Helsinki, Turku, Vaasa, Oulu Academy. Okay, perfect. We have it.
Ah, okay. Like that. Ah, okay.
In general,
Okay. Okay, so this is also going to be voted like this. You can choose from these options 1 to 5. So I'll go again with ESN Alto, 3, ESN Fin,
3.
Agaelia,
3.
ESN Uvescula, 3, ESN Lahti, Lapland, Lappeenranta, Toranko,
3.
Metropolia,
3.
Oulu,
3.
Helsinki,
3.
Turku,
3.
Vaasa,
3.
Oulu Academy.
3.
All right.
They were just signing this to show that we were here. So we can answer the votes. So the rule that the competition need to have at least 3 quarters of the votes in favor of it.
Yeah, we just needed to have two-thirds of the votes in favor of them, and hence that there are two new sections. We can have a nice round of applause for them. Since we are a little bit short on agenda, if you want to say a few short words, 1-2 minutes, please go for it. From there, it's totally fine. Or
Thank you very much for all the threes, basically, for the voting, because we were joking in the backside for to each other. But thank you very much, and you guys are fantastic. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll follow up on those. I'll speak for both of us. I assume we both are very grateful for given possibility of joining the ESN tag, ESN family, and to wear the colors and the flags with pride they are supposed to be worn. Thank you.
all right, now we can go for the workshops. You have selected the workshops which you want to attend, and the people here, you know the rooms.
Robbie knows the rules.
Thank you.
Right. So we have 3 workshops, one by education, one for education done by Sana, that will be here. Next one from Yannick about the Nordic job market, that will be in the room in the middle, in between here with the tables. And the one about mental
4. Sit, please. Sit. I think on the best. People, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Yes, no, please. Maybe later. Don't pull your chair. Don't worry.
Is everyone here? Well, just a big announcement. I sent in the group chat a feedback form for trainers. So please fill it up because it's very important for trainers to get some feedback. They put a lot of effort on their workshops. So I think you should take 5 minutes to fill a form and comment what your experiences were and what you think you would change or how did they do it. So yeah, thank you very much. You have the link in the Telegram chat.
I will fill up my water bottles. I think there's none. No, actually, I have one. It doesn't have to hate me. But when is the Mr. Chair? Until when is the official program on paper?
On paper, you want the time we're at right now or the official one? It was set to.
Official, like right now, the expected time to.
We said we would end at 4. Right now, it looks like we end closer to 4:40.
Okay. Thank you.
Which presentation today?
This one, the previous on the end, there is the whole thing.
Can I?
Yeah, it's all. It's the option.
All right. Let's step back. There is a lot of voting.
Emma,
we have our scrutinizers and
can we
board
stream
councillors as well
the
here.
Omena
Before
Hotel
that,
just
we
the
would like
vote?
to do quorum check again. ESN Alto. Finn.
Okay. And it's the first one. But first we do quorum check.
Haga Elia.
Here.
Okay, I didn't remember where you're sitting, so I just like, who's there? You guys Kula. Tati. ESN Lapland. Lappeenranta. Lauramco. Metropolia. Oulu. Uni Helsinki. Uni Turku. ESN Vaasa. And Oulu Academy. Perfect. So we are going
So for that one,
Vice President would like to speak something about that first? You can speak, I guess, so your voice is always
I'd rather not scream. So the events policy paper that we went through yesterday, I have added a third version to the Google Drive because our lovely AB pointed out some inconsistencies there. The changes that were made were, number one, the APP stated that the spring NA had to be organized between February and April. Our statutes say February or March, so that has been fixed to match our statutes. Second point, the EPP did not specify that there has to be a spot for the arbitration board at the NA. We found that quite rude, so that has been added. Third thing is the EPP had very limited date options for FinSites. It said it could be done in either September and October or January, February, something like that, 2 months in the fall, 2 months in the spring. That has been removed, so it can be now anytime. And finally, there was a part about invoices needing to be paid within 7 days, but Finnish law usually says 14 days for private people, so that has been changed to 14 days from 7. If you feel like you would like more time to review this paper, please let us know, or if not, we can move on to the vote directly.
Does anyone want more time to read the paper? Does anyone want to read the paper?
Was there added a spot for that how about the second point you said?
Okay, then we can proceed with voting. Okay. Do you accept the amendments to the events policy paper? ESN Alto? 1. ESN Fint? 1. ESN Hagaelia? 1. ESN Jyväskylä? 1. ESN Lahti? 1. ESN Lapland?
1.
Lappeenranta?
1.
Laureamco?
1.
Metropolia?
1.
Oulu?
1.
Uni Helsinki?
1.
Uni Turku?
1.
Vaasa?
1.
Ovakärvi?
1.
Scrutinizers?
Yeah, so with 14 votes to yes, the amendments to the events policy paper are being accepted.
Okay. So next voting is on who do you elect as the auditor for 2024, 25 and 25-26 year. There is a name which I do not want to pronounce the second one.
So Janne is the main contact person from the company. The thing in brackets is the company name that was presented yesterday. For clarification, the next vote after this will be for vice auditor, and that will be Janne's colleague, as was mentioned yesterday.
Okay. So, ESN Alto.
1.
ESN Fint.
1.
ESN Hagaelia.
1.
ESN Jyväskylä.
1.
ESN Lahti.
1.
ESN Lapland.
1.
Lappeenranta.
1.
Laureamco.
1.
Metropolia.
1.
Oulu.
1.
Uni Helsinki.
1.
Uni Turku.
1.
Vaasa.
1.
Ovakärvi.
1.
Please wait while our scrutinizers compile the result.
Yes, so with 14 votes for 1, Janne Viitala, talousarvostus Oy, we elect him as the auditor for those 2 mandates.
Okay, we have auditor now. Someone to count the money. So next question is also based on similar topic. Who do you elect as the vice auditor? It's Jenna's colleague, as she mentioned.
Janne's colleague.
Jenna's colleague. Close all. Okay. ESN Alto.
1.
ESN Fint. Agahelia.
1.
Jyväskylä.
1.
Lahti.
1.
Lapland.
1.
Lappeenranta.
1.
Laureamco.
1.
Metropolia.
1.
Oulu.
1.
Uni Helsinki. Uni Turku.
1.
Vaasa.
1.
And Obo Academy.
1.
Yes, so with 14 votes for yes, talousvalmistus Oy, we elect him as the part. You elected him as the vice auditor for those 2.
Next question. The ESN Finland National Board 2023-24. The release of liability. After you have seen the presentation and asked questions and got presents for that. ESN Alto.
1.
ESN Fint. ESN Hagaelia.
1.
ESN Jyväskylä.
1.
Lahti.
1.
Lapland.
1.
Lappeenranta.
1.
Laureamco.
1.
Metropolia.
1.
Oulu.
1.
Uni Helsinki.
1.
Uni Turku.
1.
Vaasa.
1.
And Obo Academy.
1.
So with 14 votes to yes, we release the liability of the ESN Finland National Board 2023.
You are officially free.
Bobby is free.
Someone gave him
Where's my salt?
Yes.
So, coffee break? There is coffee break? Coffee break? 20 minutes? 20 minutes coffee break.
So please, there is more pizza, there is some vegan rolls, there is chili macaroni, there is also, I think, chips, and I think this is the rest of the snacks, so no more snacks, but we will ask you.
And please use the break to fill the floor for the trainers, please.
And 20 minutes, please be back here at 3.
Please fill the floor.
Do we have any voting remaining? My train is at 16:25.
Yeah, there's no more voting. It's discussion.
Yeah, we were on 54, just inform you.
Is that what Polino was in a hurry?
RJ went around.
Yep. I just showed in the group. Please do also pass it through. It's not a mascot.
Hello.
I just saw.
What?
Where are the harassment people?
Harassment people?
Harassment.
You know, one exchange student saw on our like board group that we have
Oh,
like
it's
someone
discussion,
vice
so
president of
there's no
harassment, contact person,
presentation.
and he told me, hey, he's the vice president of harassment.
So now we have discussion. You want to say something?
I think I'm about to come up. So.
Okay. There is discussion on general fund guidelines amendment
Oh, actually.
by Ali.
Ali and Emma.
Is it the general funds presentation?
So it is that one, yes. And at the end there's a Slido, and it's my first time making a Slido. So
Okay.
if it doesn't work, we'll figure it out.
Oh, okay.
All right, hello everyone. We are Ali and Emma. I'm Ali, and it's it's like, but basically, how many of you here know what the general fund is? Yes. Can we get the next slide, please? So ESN Finland has 3 bank accounts. One of them is the main account, which is where we pay for everything, pretty much. One of them is the time travels commissions account, where the money from the time travels trips comes, and where the money that you get also comes out of. And the third one is the general fund. So as you all know, we have a partnership with DNA, and they give you those free SIM cards every year or every semester. And those free SIM cards, when you give them to the students use them, then they run out of money and they top the cards up. And from those top-ups, we get commissions. And the commissions go in entirety to the general fund. The general fund, so now it has a buttload of money. Are we allowed to say it? Say it? Okay.
A little under 40K-ish.
So an insane amount of money, and the point of that general fund is to be used to fund, for example, trips or projects of ESNers on both the local and the national level. Next slide, please. So the general fund currently has a ton of money, but we want to make sure that the money is used in a way that best profits the sections, but also in a sustainable way. Because the amount of money is large and it's growing pretty fast, but if we just start giving out free money all the time, the next board or the one after won't have anything left. And that is obviously not what we want. And we have pretty comprehensive general fund guidelines, but as we have come to see, there's a lot of gray areas, and we would like to amend these guidelines. But before that, we would like to know what you guys think about this. Because, as we saw before with the 3-year strategy, you've heard of a lot of stuff that I hadn't even considered, so hopefully we'll get some really good thoughts today too. I have with me here my walking general fund guideline person, who knows it by heart, because he has to review it every couple of days, basically. So we want to make sure that the general fund is used sustainably, so that there's money in it for future boards too. Because if we could just use all of it and just take everyone to Nepani Gemini for free, and then the next board would be it would be about to say, but the next board would not be happy at all. So we're not going to do that, obviously. We want to make sure the usage is transparent. We want to have the same guidelines for everyone. That should be obvious, but still, we want to make sure that we have guidelines that don't leave too much gray area, and that tell us what to do, so we can be sure that we're not accidentally favoring some sections or some people or whatever. It could happen. And yeah, we want it to be fair to everyone. One topic that has been brought up in the past, for example, and I have a question about that in my slide that hopefully works, is that some sections have less money, some have more money, and should they all be equal beneficiaries of this fund? So I will let you vote on that in a minute. Not vote, express your opinion. So we, at the same time, want it to be used as much as possible without being abused and with leaving enough for the next board as well. So yeah, moving on, please. So I made a Slido. It's my first Slido ever. So if it doesn't work, tell me, and I will see if I can fix it somehow. Can you go back to And also, there's a link right next to it.
Yes, there's.
For sorry.
Did we turn off the lights? When did we?
Okay, nice.
Is this good or should we turn that on?
Could we do it the other way around?
Yeah.
I don't know how to do that.
It's not possible.
I think that light is there.
Okay, so does everyone have the QR code? Yeah, I'll give a minute. Does anyone else still want to scan the QR code? I see some phones up. So the plan of this, obviously, is not to walk out of this room with a new set of guidelines. It's to know what you guys think and to have an idea of the direction that we want to take the guidelines in the future. So this first question is, there are a lot of gray areas, and we want to see, of these options that you can see a lot better on your phone, which applications would you approve if you were in the position of approving them? For example, one of them is Emma wants to go on vacation to Spain, and I feel like that should be approved, but you might not agree. I'm obviously kidding, but the idea of this would be to kind of see where we stand on the different gray areas, and after that we can try explaining what our current guidelines say about those.
Can you have the QR code again?
Like.
Is it supposed to be that it's only possible to pick one?
Oh, no.
It's like that right now.
It says multiple choice. Why are the choices not?
Select the answer. Right now.
Oh, please fill the room with Gabby.
Alright, so whilst we're solving some of the technical issues, here's some basic crude numbers on how the fund works for those of you who have not yet enjoyed the 7-page extravaganza that is the guidelines. The way this works is that each section approves an application, and then a person can apply. 4 travel fund applications per section per year, and 2 project fundings. Preference given, of course, to cross-section ones, because those are, let's just say, more marketable in general. The fund replenishes at a rate of about 2,000 to 3,000 euros per financial quarter, meaning that the fund is very, very self-sufficient, as I said during my presentation. This means that it doesn't need to be specifically hogged. We don't need to save up on anything. But this also doesn't mean that we're going to go crazy on approving everyone in that month. There's, of course, restrictions. If a section wants to apply or approve an application, they must be abiding sections of ESN. This means they pay their membership fees, their other invoices, things like these. If you are absolutely brokey to ESN Finland on your invoices and you're not responding, applying can be a bit of an issue, as the guidelines directly forbid it. That's all from me, I guess, at least for now.
Thank you, Ali. Yeah, so you can now choose multiple options. So I think we're going to just wait a couple minutes because these ones are supposed to be a little bit gray areas, a little bit tricky. So we'll just give you a couple minutes to think about it and to submit your answers.
vacation approved.
Your vacation is approved.
Oh, hell yeah.
She will let them prove to Portugal.
But it can be Western Spain too.
True, Western Spain is on the list. You approve? Also Lisbon? I fix for it. I fix for it. Lisbon, the land last. Lisbon must be this right. This is a coach, that's picture.
Can you put your hand up if you're still thinking? Has everyone put in their answers? Alright, let's have a look. Let me have a look.
I've never used Slido, but
It
seems like you need to answer as well.
No, but I have the. Do you see them when you answer?
But this is the
Yeah,
moment.
when we answer.
On the phone it shows, alright.
Okay. Alright. So, am I just bad at technology?
It just takes a second. Now it's all.
It
just takes a second.
Okay. Thank God I have WPA. So, the one with the most votes is a section who wants to send a volunteer to a training event. Educate, local educators training. This, I think, is the most clear-cut use of the general fund, because most sections don't have a budget line for something like this. It's extremely valuable for volunteers, but for most sections, it's not realistic to budget for something like this, always. These can be several hundred euros, and with varying applications throughout the years. So, yeah, most sections don't have a budget line for this, or the money for this. So this is a very classic, clear-cut example of how the general fund can be used. Next, we have a section that is low on funds, wants to send a volunteer to NEP or AGM. Yeah, that's also another thing that the general fund should be used for. It should be used to support sections that need the money. Now, the term low on funds, that is the spicy part of this. How do you define low on funds? And that actually brings us to a point that was actually quite low, which I think it's nice to see. Third to last, a section with a lot of money but no budget line for NEP wants to send the delegates. The idea would be that sections need to budget for these events, because if a section has a lot of money but is choosing not to use it for NEP and instead as it goes to the general fund, then it's a little unfair to the sections that just don't have the money because they're smaller or newer. But it is quite a tricky one, because what if you're a super rich section but you have a ton of events and you feel like that is more justified than the events? So it's a bit tricky, and it'd be good to have that clearly in the guidelines in the future to assess what we do with these claims.
Can I comment on this? I also was reflecting on this because I know some sections benefit from support from their higher education institutions, others don't, and maybe the reason why they would have the money would be by charging their members more. So is it fair to expect sections to have to charge their members more and then have more money, so then they cannot benefit from the general fund, or they charge the members less, then they have less money, and now I'm allowed. For example, we could lower our membership fee, and now all of a sudden we're a poor section, and now we benefit from general fund, and our members pay less.
That's a really great question, because the whole point of this is how do we make sure that the general fund money goes to those that need it? Because you could be a section and be like, yeah, so we have money but we don't have a budget for NEP, so we need the money. Or you could transfer your money in an offshore account and be like, yeah, we're super broke, we have to get money. So that's why we're trying to get the guidelines as precise as possible, to make sure that there's less gray areas and that sections know what to expect. So yeah, one thing in the guidelines that is meant to counter this is there's a limit of 4 applications a year per section. So that's supposed to limit abuse. The guidelines they're quite well done, honestly. Last I think they were revised by Yannick, and I do think they are really good. but we have just noticed that there's even more gray areas, and I feel like probably every year there's new special cases that haven't been seen before. And also we did get a couple of people saying that they were not happy with how their claims were treated in the past. So also because of that, we really want to ask the sections to make sure that we hear this before it happens.
How have you, based on what have you done the limitation? Like how many times can you apply for the general fund? Because obviously each section is once again different when it comes to needs.
So the limitation was there when we started.
Just a procedural, can I please get the names and sections so I don't see everyone that's talking?
So the guidelines were there when we started our mandate, so we didn't choose the four people here. But I think yeah.
Yeah, I also have a question, but it was already in the agreement before, or in the guidelines before we made our version of it. So this was at some point determined. I actually think we might have increased it from 2 a year per section. So it's a valid point. I have another question. Are you choosing? Can I see? Okay, yeah. Yannick, former ESN Finland, former board of ESN Finland, I suppose. I want to shed some light on the way that the current guidelines came together. There's a reason why they're as vague as they are, because essentially the problem that we had as national board is that the sections weren't applying for the fund, and the balance in the fund was increasing, and we don't want there to just be money which is not being used for the benefit of the sections. So that's why the guidelines were made more vague. The version of the general fund guidelines before the one that we made and that's currently valid had a scoring system. So every single, there were, I don't know how many different bullet points, and there were points assigned to each, and then they would calculate the percentage of reimbursement or not. And we essentially decided that we think either an application is good enough or it is not. So saying that it's 70% good, but 30% not, and then paying 30% less doesn't make much sense, especially in the context that there was too much money. So coming to a question, is the national board currently or projected for this year spending more money out of the general fund or receiving more money? So is the
receiving 100%, and yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, first of all, in terms of with the current guidelines, they were already improved a lot by the revisions.
Well, I don't mind you being critical about them.
No. It's I just I feel like the part about reimbursement percentage complicates things a lot, and we want sections to apply, but at the same time we cannot accept applications that are subpar.
Yeah, of course.
If the application is not made well or the application is not justified. And we are, just to be clear, we're not changing anything here, we're asking how we should change them for the future. But also for context, the general fund gains about 8,000 euros a year currently, which is absolutely unhinged. And that's why we're trying to figure out, because also if we approve everything and then the next board gets an empty account and comments on why we did dumb stuff, questions for us on why we did dumb stuff, then that's not great for them either. So we're trying to find a balance. Was yours related?
Yes, it's related to the same topic a little bit. It's more about equity and equality, because as much we will try to be we will be equitable in a way that we support, I would say, low budget sections to participate, but also that will raise the question for high budgets, not high budget, but more performing, I would say, sections that they cannot benefit from the general fund. That will cause problems.
We're going to come back to that on the next slide, actually.
Yeah, because they will raise the problem of why I'm contributing if I cannot benefit from it.
Yeah. Just to clarify, the most work that the sections are doing is receiving free SIM cards.
Yes.
So just to put that in perspective, it's
I completely understand. Okay, Yannick, ESN Finland, former national board. I completely understand the need to change the guidelines because I know how much time it takes to even just process the applications, and I also understand that we need to be critical of where the money goes. But my personal view, and you can agree with this or not, is that there is no point in limiting where the money is going if we have too much of it. Obviously, I'm not saying that we should buy everyone free ice cream year round, like, you know, but like, I'm not saying that you should go on a vacation to Spain, though you probably should. But I think that I completely agree the discussion needs to be had, how are we using this money, but more because there needs to be a better purpose for it, since currently it's not being used the way it should, and not to limit sections from being able to get the money in the context that we have more money than we are spending.
Yes, I'm quite inclined to agree with Yannick on this. Like, let's be real here. The guideline rules are written like board game rules. We can go at them for as long as we like. We are unlikely to hit gold within any of our lifetimes. There's always going to be a random edge case or a silly little doobie-doo that is going to completely ramshackle the entire guideline. Like, it's going to turn into an exercise in, what's it called? Moral budgeting, or the morality of it all, essentially. This is something that the board has already discussed in depth, because we have received applications. Good ones, mid ones, maybe even bad ones. The way we have been treating them is not outright declining them, as long as they are something that I can walk in front of you guys and defend as an application that was approved. We treat them as essentially a piece of academic text, for instance. If there's like an issue with the receipts, or the answers are a little lackluster, we work on them together. We make them to a state where they are presentable. Because at the end of the day, I will have to show you guys the applications that have been approved. If those applications are bad, they create, of course, a very, very worrisome precedent. Say if somebody decides to, oh, I don't know, Emma decides to grab her boyfriend, grab her car, drive out to Spain, and then tries to reimburse everything through the general fund. If we approve that, we have now become the gas station of ESN, which is, of course, problematic in its own right, but it essentially underlines the issue of precedence. Not presidents, precedent. If you know what that word means, essentially it refers to a first instance of something happening, and how we react to that thing happening is what underlines our reaction to preceding, following events after that. If we decide to approve an application that is incredibly sus, then that will of course then be used later as a question mark of like, well, why aren't you approving this application? It's almost as sus. It's like, well, what are you guys doing? It's consistency essentially we're trying to chase. And that is chasing ghosts, because the previous boards had different standards, if any, for approving these applications, which of course puts us in an incredibly awkward position, because the precedents for a lot of these applications are straight up bad.
Precedents?
Precedents. Yes, the president is super bad. They're very bad. Super duper bad. Anyway, yes, the precedents are in precedents. I'm saying precedents. Come on. Yeah. Yes, they are incredibly conflicting, which is why the General Fund has faced a lot of spirited discussion, let's just say, and for good reason. Because if there is no consistency, there is no transparency, and if the guideline is interpreted like a devil reading a rule book, it's not going to work. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, I would like to agree with what Yannick said. It's not about like being super consistent what we have so much money, but it's also about having like being consistent with what we approve. And I mean, at the end of the day, it is like, I mean, we can apply for it too, but it's mainly for the sections. So if you guys also feel like maybe we should just have 1 year where we like pay for the NA out of the digital fund, not sure that's allowed, but like that's because it's not really like it's not my choice.
Why not?
That's
so. This is I think Yannick, ESN Finland, former national board. I think this is a key point. If the current national board general fund guidelines, so 2 points actually. One is guidelines. It's a guideline. It's for you to interpret in the way that you as national board see fit. So you are the authority behind the actual decision. not the like general reason, but well, unless there's a conflict. But anyway, so it's a guideline, but the guidelines that are currently there, and the ones before that, and the ones before that, all have had the same problem. We realistically can't spend the 8,000 euros extra a year on traveling while doing that in a justified way. Because most sections have the net and have the NAs budgeted in the way that they should. So the reality is that we don't have a justified path for this funding to be used. So I think the ideation should maybe even be bigger than just how can we make the claims for travel fair. I think we should think that, oh, maybe the sections want us to make the participation fees for the NAs 20 euros lower for everyone.
That's a very good idea. I have a free slide at the end where you can write your ideas.
Yeah.
So I would love to get that one there, because I do think it's a very good idea.
And this is actually something that the last national board has also done by using the general fund for, oh no, we have used other.
EGM.
Yeah, we've used it for EGM.
We're doing that this year as well, for the participation fees, they're covered by general fund.
Yeah, so, any case, I'm trying to broaden the perspective to, beyond what is currently there.
First.
Hello, ESN Lapland. I don't know if this is really something that you can ask straight away, because when it comes to questions, nothing is ever that simple. But with the general fund, is the aim to give things equally to a section, or is it about creating equal opportunities? Because I mean, they sound the same, but that's because the thing is, the easiest example is maybe you've seen the picture of 3 people looking over the bridge.
The next slide is a bit about that. It's like, I have seen that, and the next slide is a bit about that. We want to ask for your opinions on that in just a bit. That's a very good question.
Tommy, arbitration board, just as a dinosaur around here, I just wanted to point out what Yannick said also, that I think maybe last time, 5 years ago, I remember that the general fund was used without any prior applications, and the board can do that if they want. Reimburse one person from each section to the National Assembly, when the fund wasn't getting used up in the budget. So just pointing out that it has been used for that kind of stuff in the past, so there's precedent for that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, honestly, the point of this discussion is to figure out what we can do with the money, so I really appreciate those comments. And I'm sure our section would appreciate that too, because I think the money is there to be used. So I think whatever we can find that benefits everyone will be the best. I think we are a bit short on time, so we're going to move on. But just very quickly about one second vacation to Spain. Just for clarification, NB can also apply for it. Vacations are not covered. Spain could be covered if there was a trading there. So just to add some nuance to the topic. Comments?
Also mention if I'm not sure if it's a training related to your ESN profile or not. So for example,
if it can be beneficial to you and is in Finland, then it's been approved in the past.
Okay.
But that was obviously. So let's move on. So this next one, how do you? Yes.
There was a slide though. Still.
There was a slide though.
Where?
No, it's that one. Still, it's just a different.
So if you have the Slido still open, the question is, should the general fund prioritize newer / smaller / traveling sections? So 1 star for that. Or should everyone get the same amount regardless of the section's financial background? So 5 stars. And anything in between if you feel like the answer lies somewhere in the middle.
If you're answering somewhere in the middle, 2, 3, or 4, please tell us why you think that way. Because it's obviously the easiest for us to go into the extremes.
Yeah.
But what are the nuances that you're thinking about voting 2, 3, or 4? How can we make sure that we do what
what you guys think is best for your sections, because the sections are very different, the cases are very different.
There is going to be a general text box. Okay. Interesting answers. So that in themselves is already good. I'm going to keep that for later. Now we are running a little bit short on time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the next and the last slide out, which is just like a general text box. And this is where I would love to get all of your comments. Maybe you would want to explain why you answered what you did in the previous slide. Maybe you have some questions. Maybe you'd like to propose ideas for using the money. We will probably consider the NASIF as well. Also, for those that missed the email, we are reimbursing EGM participation fees for everyone who provides the attendance certificates and receipts. And there was something else with the email. Reports, yes, a one-page report on what you learned. So yeah, the general fund has to always be given against receipts. We cannot just give you like 1,000 euros per section. It has to be done against the receipts. So the EGM invoice, for example, is an example of that.
I have to admit I did not scan the QR code soon enough, but I do have two things that I would like to.
Do you want the QR code?
Do you want me to prefer them in there? Yeah, sure.
Just because we can keep them there.
Yeah, exactly.
And I would like to have them so we can look at them later. Also because Manish was doing some like, hurry up, come on. No, which is entirely valid. 15 people are typing. I love this. I'm so happy that we're getting answers. I'm really, really happy, honestly.
How much time do we have?
Nothing actually.
Nothing? Awesome.
Minus 2 minutes. Just violate some laws, move backward in time.
So true.
Win an opponent.
The only laws we break is the laws of physics.
There was just one question. So just so you know, we have this shared drive with the sections. That shared drive contains the guidelines for the general fund. So if you're not sure how to apply, this is a place to start. And you can, of course, always message us. Ali knows the most about the general fund. But if you have any questions, you can always email us or message us. And the guidelines are, again, on the drive.
There was one point there, somebody said sections don't know how many times they have applied. That's up to you, sections, because you within the board need to approve the application before you apply to us. So if your section members don't know how many times you have applied, that's on you guys.
This also means that you did not read this guideline funds paper like that.
And did not discuss it in a board setting.
It also said, not only do the section know how many times they have applied, it's about other sections that they don't know how many times other sections have applied, and I would just say that I don't think knowing how many times ESN Jyväskylä has applied for general fund changes anything for ESN Uni Helsinki if they apply for the general fund.
That's a question of equality, like are we treating all of the sections and like trying to give them the same amount of money, or are we allowing the struggling sections to apply more? There's a lot of gray areas in that, and it's a huge topic of discussion, and honestly a very big, difficult topic for us to figure out as an NB for you to benefit from the general fund.
I'm not sure who was, I think some other comments.
Go ahead.
Touching on this, I know we were supposed to write them down, but ESN Uni Helsinki, the issue I had, like in understanding of this, because it is so subjective. So for example, if Jyväskylä applied 5 times and we applied like once, that doesn't really make a difference in my head because it's so subjective to how much money. So I think like talking about if we give the same amount or different amounts comes down to such a subjective kind of standpoint because each of them has to be considered, so it's not fair to compare either. And what if you don't go to each example? What if you don't like? So I don't think it's possible to make very strict set rules for this.
And that's exactly the issue that we're having because some people think, oh, it's unfair, and then some other people think that there's no way to make it fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you mind if I quickly ask how are you, Yannick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say that yes, that's correct, but also we don't. Well, the other sections they don't know if the 5 applications that ESN Jyväskylä did, where they approved, they could all be denied, and the MD could be like, yeah, no, you guys don't really have the requirements, or you don't fit the prerequisites to get your applications approved. So, how would us applying 5 times make a difference in that way? It wouldn't really tell you anything.
Yeah. Also, the maximum is 4 per year.
I have 2 comments.
Yes, as Emma said, 4 travel reimbursements per section per year, and as far as I recall, 2 project fundings. I can't recall off the top of my head, is it 2 project fundings and 2 cross-section project fundings on top of that, or if it is 2 project fundings in total. The restriction for the travel funding is €500 total, and for the project it is €1,000. Now, the restrictions, the prerequisites, as they are referred to in the guidelines, as far as I remember, are very, very basic, i.e. have attended NAs, i.e. respecting our parliamentary democracy here. 2, do not have any ridiculous outstanding invoices like your membership fee, for instance. That's a very awkward conversation starter. And yeah, just generally obeying our rules is also good. If you are actively behaving as a problem section, violating rules, thinking you'll get away with it, dropping general fund applications, it's not a good look. It's not a good look.
Yeah, Yannick, former ESN Finland, national board. I just want to, because we had this whole discussion before so many times already, but like at previous NA, so I just want to add one even more difficult part of this. A section can be poor, for example, due to poor financial management. So then, do we give a section that doesn't have its shit together more money because they are poor, or not? So again, personally, I don't think that the gains from improving this policy come from making the travel reimbursement system anyhow different. I think that the money needs to be used also in other beneficial ways, whether that's like paying partly for NAs or doing other stuff, but you will probably get a whole bunch of suggestions in the messages that are also on the screen.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Just one thing I saw someone was like, reimburse NA, NEP, and AGM, like, stuff for all sections. I did some quick math, reimbursing only participation fees for 20 people for NEP, 20 for AGM, and 80 for NAs, so 40 and 40, would be about 14,000 euros, so we could not do that for very long, without even mentioning travel fees and accommodation fees for AGM, for example. That being said, I do very much like the idea of the NB contributing to National Assembly costs. There would have to be a way of doing this that can be done in exchange of a receipt. So giving everyone like 20% off their participation fee would be a bit difficult because you wouldn't have receipts, but sponsoring the OC's venues maybe could work. So those would also be like, good ways of using it. And again, this was titled, I think, General Fund Guidelines Consultation. So we might or we might not amend these guidelines now because this discussion doesn't seem to be geared that much toward amending them, but more thinking about what else we could do without necessarily amending the guidelines. So we will take all of that into account. And yeah, Dolly?
Yeah, Tuuli ESN Vasa. It just sounds kind of weird. like I understand what you're saying, that if you're reimbursing everyone's travel to like international events, you can't be doing that for very long. But it sounds like now, in like 2 NAs in a row, we've been told that there's this massive general fund and no one wants it, no one needs it, no one's using it. But then like we have 4 sections who can attend the events. But then like, and like that seems to be kind of the biggest need that the sections have. So like I'm hearing now that we have this like huge budget for some like
huge projects where they would need €1,000. I think we're mostly doing kind of like the kind of events that we do. So it sounds like they like meet the actual needs of the core sections, and then kind of like maybe what someone, maybe you or someone else has envisioned for the general fund. It sounds like they're not really meeting.
Yeah, that's
so
a very good
my
point.
question is kind of like, if it's sitting there, if you have so much money, why not let the core sections go to events? Like, why not? Why is it better that the money sits there?
I
And
mean, just
go to EGM?
just to make sure we're on the same page, the point currently, as it is, would be to reimburse these core sections going to events.
Okay.
So just that we're on the same page, that's like specifically what the point of it is. The bigger discussions have been kind of on where we draw the line, on what makes a poor and what makes a rich section. But I completely agree with you on the point that what serves the sections best might not be 2, 3, like reimbursement for 1 or 2 people a year, but maybe something like allowing everyone to come to NA, maybe like on a larger scale. So yeah. Wrapping up?
You wanted to say something else? Okay. So sorry to say, but we need to wrap it up. And I think this is actually a good question. The discussion between rich, poor, and sections and the other thing. And I think it will spark a philosophical discussion at this point. So maybe text or emailing would be a better idea for this thing, so that people and you can discuss about these things. So we would really like to move on to the next topic.
Yes, thank you.
That will be discussion on the rotating system of our national events, which again, they'll be doing it.
Alright, yeah.
So there is a presentation.
Refresher. Change the topic.
Yes,
but yeah, if you have any questions about this, please email us. I think it's been a very fruitful discussion. And please still feel free to message or email us if you have any questions about this, and we'll talk about this. I'm gonna move on here to kind of like get myself out of general fund food. So basically, what? There's no question for this. It's just talking and questions. Would you like to slide up?
Hell yeah.
I think people are not too shy, so you can just raise your hands. Basically, this comes from our NEFCO main chair, interim event manager. Basically, in some countries, they have a system where the NAOC is chosen on a rotating basis. So you have a list of all the sections, and you know exactly which section will organize which year, or which semester. And just as an example, when I went to EduCom in Brussels, my roommate from Croatia was saying that her section was going to be planning VNA in the fall, which is a bit stressful, but she had known for a year, so they had had time to prepare, and it was helpful for them. And so in the context of sometimes not getting NAOC applications, I know that a couple of years ago, Yannick had to be the OC with the NB because there was no application. And as it says in our statutes, the NAs are responsible to every section in Finland. So we kind of want to gather your thoughts on this sort of rotating system. Obviously, keeping in mind that if a section is incapacitated, there would be some kind of safeguards. But just bring up the idea of a rotating system and what you guys would think about that.
Yes, Lucas, ESN. So I know that, so about this rotation system, my take on this is that I've seen also in our section that every semester, especially in Finland, a board change a lot because we are highly relying on international students who come maybe only for 1 semester, which means if our board is very functional now, maybe in 2 months it won't be anymore, and maybe in 1 semester after that it will be at its top. So I think the rotational system might force a section which is in a low phase to organize it, and I understand the need of having this to ensure that it does not fall on NB because we guys already have enough to do. But I don't believe it's the best idea. Maybe it would be better to provide more support. We were talking, I'm not going to say names, we were talking about the fact that it's very unclear for many people, especially when you're rather new. What do you need to do when you prepare an NA? What does it mean? So maybe supporting more the sections on this part, because having organized an NA, it's hard and it requires a lot of effort, but it's also not as hard as you may think from an organizational point of view. When you know how to do events, you know how to do an NA basically. So, and that's maybe I think what blocks people that they think, oh, it's such a huge thing, we can't. So maybe the support would help more than the rotational system, especially with the high change of capacities of sections.
Thank you. I don't know who was first. Robbie?
Yeah, comment. Roberto is in Finland. I know this because I organized the call for the last night. There is information on how to organize an NA. When I send the email, I attach all the papers with all the guidelines on how to organize an NA, the event policy paper that explains how many spots you need to prepare. There is guidelines. It's just, I know it's boring and it's not that interesting, and maybe you don't want to go to the challenge of organizing an NA, which is absolutely fine. Yeah, there is guidance. I understand it's kind of complex if you're new and if you don't understand everything, but yeah, this exists.
Same topic, right?
Same topic, yes. Also, like when it comes to the rotation system, there is I would say, other factors that plays in the role. Let's give a smaller scenario, like ESN Lapland. They got their chance to organize their NA in this time of the year in Lapland. So transportation is getting expensive, venues there is really expensive, and in this way, like a lot of sections will be affected with this scenario if we do kind of scenarios of rotation system that force those people to organize without taking into consideration the HR capacity of doing that.
Jana?
Well, I had a build up on Lucas's. I had a comment to Lucas's question. So basically, as a head of the OC right now, it is pretty straightforward, but with the help and like assistance and information that the sections might need before organizing it, there is not that much that you can give that is not written in the papers that Roberto sent, for example. You kind of need help in the moment. That's why Manushri is working on maybe implementing a buddy system for OCs and like some sort of a guidance. And I had a very easy way to reaching out to the previous OC to ask for questions or to Robbie. So I think our network, thankfully, is together enough to be able to provide guidance that is not official, and maybe the existence of a rotational system will help the section to be like, okay, I will need help for this specific semester, so I can start already planning through what we're doing. Because right now also, we didn't really have a very good application for the spring OC. So whoever will be organizing the spring OC doesn't really know it yet and is not preparing, so they will have less and less and less and less time to do it. So maybe knowing further in advance, yes, there are also factors that might affect and incapacitate the sections from doing that, but knowing further in advance might help with the knowledge transfer from the previous OCs as they go. For example, if I know that, let's say Jyväskylä is organizing the next NA, I can be like, okay, I'm the head of the OC, who is your responsible for the knowledge transfer in your section. For that, mirror me. I will tell you what to do while we are doing it, kind of. So maybe that's sort of a buddy system would be a useful tool if the rotation system was to be
Lapland.
Yes, Laura Karjalainen, ESN Lapland. Yeah, that's our concern with the rotating thing. That, for example, like us as an example, we've had interest in organizing the NA in autumn before, but we've always been told that we should do it in spring. But due to the tourist season, like it's impossible to have it in spring. Like not next springs, but like the year before that springs, all the hotels are already booked full. Like we would need to start planning the NA if we wanted to have it in spring for like 2 years before it is. So like, which is why we're kind of concerned that if with the rotating system, if it falls, for example, we would, for example, get the NA in spring, then we would have to organize it.
Yes, in ESN Finland, this is more to add on to the reason why ENMA and like the NB is presenting this, it's, you know, because of the lack of applications and kind of the last resort on having like a functioning system so that when it comes to autumn NA, we're not left struggling and wondering, oh, who's gonna organize the spring NA, and then it would ensure that the OC of the upcoming NA would have enough time to work on organizing the NA, and they would have the support and help that they need.
Is it from the same topic because the hand signs are different?
I mean, it's the topic of the rotation system, but...
Or like, as in like, go for it, please.
Okay, unique ESN Finland formal board. I completely understand the worries about mandatory, like having to organize something, but I also know from the former NB perspective that not having sections organizing the NAs or knowing way too late who is doing it is a big problem. If you just look at the recent history, current NA, NB is involved in the OC, or NB is OC partly. Last NA was organized by partly ex-board members, national board members, and partly, at that point, even still national board members. The NA before that was independent. The two NAs before that were also with involvement of national board members or ex-national board members. So it's like, it's a big problem, and it needs to be solved somehow, and something that we at some point discussed is that we could have regions. So for example, there's a rotational system. First of all, there's the option to apply, but it should be like a year in advance. Then there's a rotational system, and we say, okay, now Helsinki has to organize it. There's 5 sections there. One of the 5 will be able to figure it out, which could also solve your problem that, you know, Lapland isn't a suitable location in spring. If the region is big enough, it can be Lapland and Vaasa, like north part of Finland, I guess. But yeah, it needs to be done in a way that it doesn't instantly make it impossible to organize the event, but I do believe that there being some pressurized system of rotation is part of the solution.
It was fully under.
Yeah, well, first of all, Tuuli isn't Vaasa. First, to Jannik's thing about like the NB always being involved. In fairness, I think we had basically decided to do the NA before Jana joined the NB, so I would like to correct that it's not that Jana is in NB and forced us to do it. We wanted to do it, and then Jana independently wanted to join the NB. But yeah, about the like Lapland thing, maybe if we do this rotational thing, we could think about loosening the rules about when NA has to be, because it's kind of unfair that then Lapland can never do the NA because of the tourist thing. So then something to think about is, would it be the end of the world to have an NA in what, like September or like April, May, even like outside of
So it has to be, it's in our statutes, the dates.
It's in the
So we would have to amend the statutes, but I don't think
that like if we do this rotational system, then we might need to loosen up a bit, like when it has to be.
It's in the event policy paper. It's in the things that we just did, right?
I know, yes.
So not in the statutes.
It's also in the statute, the months and the statute.
Okay, yeah, please.
Here in Helsinki, and also like the suggestion that he gave, like about regions, it also can be really doable in terms of like not only one section will be responsible for an A, but multiple sections, like a collaboration that will like fix a lot of issues. First, communication between the sections in a way, and the second of all, like the accessibility, because some sections have accessibility more than the rest, and they have better venues, but the other people maybe they have better partners. So it can be like a really good collaboration project, and like I think here there's at least like, for example, Turku and Uniturku and Abo Academy, Helsinki sections in general. So it's yeah.
Ari.
Yes, regarding a system of regions, this would require that the sections are in a state where they can cooperate on the matter. Additionally, I should like to raise the issue that all of our semesters begin in September. For sections that have an explosive set of welcome week or weeks, organizing an NA in their own or sending a delegation. Detaching the manpower necessary for that is not feasible. That's all.
About Lucas is in Toko. About the sections cooperation. So I think organized an NA last year where I realized that it's mainly a few people who will do most of the work, and it's needed because if we split too much, then we lose the overview very, very fast. I think making several sections is possible if those are already cooperating. Forcing 2 sections to cooperate is not, in my opinion, not possible. Then the second point I wanted to make is that a rotation system in countries where locals are mainly involved, such as in the Baltics, makes a lot of sense because it's very stable. Having a rotational system in Finland, where our boards change all the time, if I would know we have an NA in 1 year, I know I will not be here in 1 year. What do I do? Maybe the people who will arrive, they will be in their first semester, first month, and they already now, they're head OC of NA. How are they going to be able to do it? And this is a very realistic scenario because it changes so fast. So I think this is something that we need to consider.
You can go first.
Unique ESN Finland. So firstly I want to clarify that I'm not saying that if we have regions that the regions have to cooperate. I would say that the regions have to figure out which section, if several or one, organizes the NA. And I completely agree with all of the HR problems that you mentioned. I just think that currently that problem is made ESN Finland's problem. Because, yeah, that's a problem, but now there is no one organizing the NAs or the National Board Association. And that's not good either, and that's bad for all the sections. And also, I just want to add, someone reminded me today that I became president of ESN Finland when I was 19. I really believe anyone can organize an NA. Even if you arrive in Finland and you don't know much, if there's a well-prepared event, the budget is there was a former board who has done the proper knowledge transfer with you, anyone can do it.
To add on this thing, like I also think this. Okay, I'm not sure. Like I know Finland is not as big of a NO as like let's say Germany or Italy, but there is in Germany like something that we had was national training days. Those things, I think if you want to organize once in a year this thing, that will be efficient to transfer all the knowledge and do basic workshops on how to organize NA and everything. It will be easier and hopefully it might work. So why not give it a go? Maybe in a long term it may work.
Also true. Also, just to clarify, when we talk about national events, we are also considering Thingsite, for example. We're also considering National Erasmus Games. NA is, is legally the most important one because it needs to happen. But we are also exploring the possibility of having Thingsites or NEG on a rotation basis. And again, we are not deciding anything. We're just consulting right now to see what the thoughts on this are and how we want to move forward.
Yes, in Finland. I do understand like the concern about, constantly changing boards, people starting their mandates at a different time. For instance, in Jyväskylä, it's the beginning of January until the end of December. If we have an NA with a new board, the most suitable time would be autumn because you know the people that you're working with. But also on another point, it's kind of like you're not giving people the chance to actually challenge themselves, to learn more. Like, sure, it's fun to be in ESN and, work with international things, but it's also good to have board members who are very interested on things that happen on the national level, because otherwise you're gonna have people on your board who, when you're trying to talk to them about what's happening on the national level, they're just like, sorry, don't really fucking care. And if you want that continuity for your own section, you want to keep people, you want to retain the knowledge and pass on that knowledge and inspire people to actually do more, I think a rotational basis of any national event would be good for any type of section, since that would actually force people to challenge themselves, think outside of the box, and learn new things about themselves and about teamwork.
I have a thought that right now, on top of Lily's comment, what if there is a concept, an idea of trying to use general fund or more spot allocation to international events as a benefit or motivation towards the rotation system. For example, a section that will be organizing an NA in, let's say, next semester or next year, they would get one more spot allocated to NEP to go and see and observe how is NEP organized, or if they get participation fee from the general fund reimbursed for one person, for example. Just a thought that I just had. What if there is a way to make it more motivating and more useful and help the sections to actually gain the knowledge? Because now when I went to NEP, I was looking at it from the perspective of we are organizing an NA, and I want to see how the organizing the committee works and how things are done, and what can we do to not have mistakes or mishaps.
Yes, Chubo, Zeko, ESN, Olu. It's kind of just an add-on to what Lily mentioned earlier of giving the sections a challenge to try and organize these events. Because speaking from our section's perspective, there have been many times where a few of us are bring the idea oh, maybe we could try and host it. But usually maybe the board, since I've been there maybe 2 years, so we've had many different board members. And most of the time they're kind of it feels like too much work. So I have seen the perspective of, even though we have many different people, they all kind of have the same thought of organizing, and that might have been because of the maybe previous board who didn't do it, so it's kind of we don't need to do it. But yeah, having a rotation system would kind of give us the challenge of almost we have to do it, and it would be a good challenge to do it, no matter what the board will be in by next year. So,
I just want to add to Jana's point. So for example, this reward-based system, it's actually a very nice thing, and I'm not really sure how ESN Finland actually distributes EGM spots. At least in Germany was a thing that how many national training events have you attended? Have you attended the calls? How much have you contributed in the other things? Committee meetings, how much you do. These all things actually contribute, and then the spots are distributed. So for example, EGM is a big thing and everyone wants to go to EGM. If you have been there, you really want to go again. If you haven't been there, you're missing out on a lot. So registrations are still out. You should fill it out. That's another promotion. But so for example, in Germany, we used to get 70 spots roughly, because there are 45 sections, if I'm not wrong. And at least one spot is given to each section first, and then the additional spots are distributed as per how much work they're doing. And there is a whole sheet which actually calculates this thing, and it's a very nice thing, yet very complicated, and there is a lot of caveats and gray areas, but still, it might work. And on top of that, maybe organizing a national training event somewhere might work to transfer all the knowledge and everything, or maybe online, why not? Lily?
Yeah, just to add on to Jana's thought more, I do like the idea, and I feel like that can maybe open people's eyes and help them see from other people's standpoint and learn from other sections and NOs, because for me, when I have gone to international events, I have been a section delegate, but when I went to NEP this year, I wasn't, even though I was representing ESN Jyväskylä, I was mostly there looking at things as a newly elected NB member and kind of hoping to see and learn more from that standpoint. And I think if you put new people in those situations where you immediately show them that, hey, this is what you can make with your ESN journey, I think that's a really good precedent, and that's how we get people who are interested in the network and want to stay in the network for a longer period.
Oh, sorry.
Aman, ESN lab portfolio. I agree with all three of the points that were said before me. I think those are great ideas. And especially with what Manish said, it would be nice to have a sort of knowledge transfer for organizing national events, maybe online, maybe have a separate committee just for organizing events or guiding in the organizing of events like this. I know Roberto's doing that, but I think maybe a little bit more manpower doesn't hurt. And also, on Chubo's point, I think the big issue here is that once we start making this a mainstream thing, this rotating the NA, I think it's going to be less of a, oh my god, it's an NA. I think once we normalize organizing an NA for every section, or well, for every region, then it's going to be easier for people to, it's going to be more casual for people to approach an NA. And I think that's going to help a lot. But before, for this feeling of casualness to be there, I think we need to have proper guidelines and think about the way we're going to approach the systems, because we could make this really complex to make it comfortable for the sections, but then that would be a lot of work for the NB. And I think the right way to go about this would be to balance that comfort for NB and sections and make it as simple as it is on both sides, but it is still going to be marginally complex.
Yannick?
Yes, Yannick, former NB. I just quickly, I'm going to sound like a dinosaur now. I wanted to add something to this concept of having a challenge that will help people develop themselves and their section in ESN. NA Blooming in autumn 2022, the head of OC was Teresa, and some of you might remember her, but she was the vice president in my mandate. NA Saima, which was in spring 2023, I was the head of OC. And then Teresa became vice president in the year after, and I became president. So this challenge is also a way to solve a completely different problem, which is the recruitment of people to the national board. So by giving people this opportunity to develop themselves and see how this works on a larger scale, I think that it can solve other issues as well.
Yes, so I wanted to add on top of what you mentioning how big of a challenge is NA organizing and showing that this is not such a big challenge, but maybe to approach it from a different perspective. I assume majority of you here are local boards, and you are quite busy, and it shouldn't be maybe local boards organizing NAs, but other members. So how about bringing more people to NAs to show them that this is actually fun, to make them want to do it, wanting to take a challenge, even if it's hard, like to find this incentive. We had a similar issue recently, and we kind of, started taking more people, and people are more interested, and they are more interested in taking national coordinator's role, and they just want to do it. They just want to contribute. We have also ESN stars. We choose the best to see. So there's all those little things that show, hey, this is fun. Why not do it? Let it be us. So maybe just approach.
Just to mention, we have five more minutes. We can discuss this thing in 2 minutes. Yes, please. Lily was the word.
To add on Joanna's point, in sections where half of the board is local members, I can't speak on all the sections of ESN Finland. I can only speak on mine and what I have seen, and it has been a drastic change to the way I saw things here in ESN Vaasa, because here it was more, the then president who was telling us everything and who was literally, telling us, hey, go to NA, and telling us everything about everything and giving us the rundown on things. And then me moving to Jyväskylä and being in that position where I have to be the one to try to motivate 5 people to actually start caring about what happens on a national level in Finland is quite hard, especially when they don't really understand the appeal of it. Even it's not just local students, it might be the new board members who think, you know, they're joining ESN so that they can work on a local level, but then you have this bigger structure, ESN Finland, and you have an even bigger structure of ESN International. And I think for many people it's hard to grasp, you know, how big ESN actually is outside of your own city. So that's why having like a rotational system where you actually just throw people in the deep end from the jump would be very beneficial, because that's the way they get that experience that can actually, it's kind of like a make it or break it situation. For some people that can actually give them the fire to want to continue and do great things or big things in ESN, and for others it's going to show them that, oh, this is not what I want to do. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I will try to be really quick, but like to continue with her points regarding like involving the volunteer more in the national assemblies. Like I was thinking about it earlier regarding like national assemblies, because currently we are having national assemblies. Something is only for boards, because it's more about decision making. But like, what about like, we talked about 3 years action plan. What about trying to make this more of an ESN things, like more of a national conference rather than national assemblies, where both people with board and members can be together. Board can do those kind of things like voting, decision making and stuff, and there will be another track in a different room for volunteers to learn communication, to learn different stuff.
So I believe you're talking about FinSites.
Yes.
So we have national assemblies are a legal requirements, but FinSites will be ESN Finland's training events. And that one will be for newer volunteers to learn about ESN in general. And we are also looking for OCs for FinSites. I think combining the two might be logistically challenging, but we do have our own version of our training events. And we haven't had an OC in a while, but if we maybe had things like Helsinki, maybe that could be an option.
Yeah, because like if they are combined together, like we will not face an issue about like having the motivation of organizing an NA, because explaining it to our volunteers will be much easier if they already be there or seen it. Like right now, the volunteers of ESN Vasa, they already seen the NA. So in the future, even if they consider having another one, they already have people who already seen how it's happened. But our people will only like get like, I don't know, our reports, maybe pictures and stuff. So they didn't live the moment. They didn't see how amazing it is to have like all ESN sections in one place. And also it will be more like bigger in terms of collaboration, in terms of understanding. Because like, even I'm a board member, but like this is the first time I've been in NA. This is the first time I've seen like different sections and different people understanding. So if tomorrow ESN Metropolia will come to me to have like, let's say, collaboration on ESN Turku, it's much easier. Right now I understand Paulina when she say like, ESN Turku is coming, yay. Because for me, ESN Turku is coming, no, yay, I don't know them. It is now.
Yes, last one.
Comment. So organizing an NA is a lot of work. Doubling or adding more participants is going to be hell. So I think having both separate is very good. But on this note of future OC not knowing what NA might look like, we just thought if we have a rotational system, we already know who might be in the OC of the future NA. Would it be possible to lower the fee for that section or ensure that they have more spots so that whole OC could arrive and attend to the previous NA?
Something like that would be a very good idea. The point would be that the OC can go to the previous one, see how it's done, and then be ready for their own NA.
Yes.
General fund application. Like
honestly,
that would be a good way to use general
fund. That would be a good way to use general fund.
Good incentive.
All right, some closing words for me for this specific topic, and then I'll give the mic back to Manish. Thank you very much for all your contributions. I really, really appreciate having such lively discussions, both for the General Fund and for this discussion. I'm really, really happy that we had so many people speaking up. Now, Martin has been furiously typing every single word to make sure that none of that is lost. So we're going to be able to review all that and then take it into account when we choose what to present to the next NA. Obviously, none of these changes will happen outside of an NA, so everything will be confirmed, like whatever happens will not be done without the sections approving it. So just to clarify that. But that is, I think, a very good start to, I mean, I know that previous boards have thought of the same things, but our board is new in this regard, so it's a very good start for our board, I think, to start thinking about this. So I really appreciate hearing all your opinions. If you have any more, please text us, email us, always happy to hear them. And I'm going to give the mic back to Manoj now.
Alright, this actually concludes all the official points that we had on agenda. Is there any other business that you would like to discuss? We would have 5 minutes maybe. Any other topics that you would like to discuss? Sing a song? You want to sing a song? No? You want to sing a song? No.
No, only for you later.
Yeah. We'll talk about that. Okay. Great. So, then Jana would like to have some final remarks, and then we can close then later.
My final remarks are pretty boring. We have done, as an OC, we have done a lot of work to make this work, and we were so proud that Vasa got elected to be an NA destination, let's say. Vasa didn't have a big event since 2019, NEP, I believe, and we were racking our brains, how did they manage to hold the NEP here, because Vasa is a small town. But we were super, super determined to show you how Vasa is, how nice, convenient, and pretty it is. I hope you got the chance to go to the sea and at least a little bit look around the city center or the campus area. And on behalf of the OC, I hope Tuuli is the only one here really right now. Oh no, they're there. Not all of our OC here. But yeah, on behalf of the OC, I would like to thank all of you for coming to Vasa. Welcome back. Come to our events. It's a little bit of a trek for a majority of you. We're in an awkward spot geographically, but thank you for coming. Hopefully you enjoyed the NA. Please give us feedback, because maybe we can implement that feedback to our local events too. And maybe, in theory, in the future, Vasa will host something else on a national, maybe international level, I don't know. EGM Vasa would go insane. We would be staying in Umeå and taking a ferry. Yeah, but yes, thank you so much. Thank you, the OC. Thank you guys so much for all the help. Thank you, Daniela and Robbie, with the knowledge and wisdom. Thank you.
Okay, the feedback forms for this day We'll get that. The feedback forms are also there in the group. If you want, I can also share by email. But please put feedback, reactions, whatever you want to say, just feel free to speak out. Your names are not mentioned there, so don't worry about it. And we follow that and should, so it's very good. Also, yes, if you would like to appreciate OC, say something about them, how did you like it? If you want to say something, we still have a lot of time, not exactly a lot of time, well, because I need to catch a bus. So if you want to say something, please go for it. Anything happened, anything you liked, anything you want to improve later, please go for it. Yes.
Yeah, so for those that haven't been to ESN events before, we always have this appreciation run at the end. I want to start by appreciating the OC. You guys are amazing. The work that went into this is seen and felt. The food, the logistics, I mean, people, like, the food is always the topic. If it's not perfect, you will get complaints. And I haven't heard any complaints. So, like, honestly, like, big judgment on the food, amazing. The logistics were great. I heard some talks about nothing being available on Sunday, and then we had Daniel coming in clutch with this place. So honestly, jazz hands for that. Whole logistics communication with the OC was very easy. Yeah, everyone was super, super nice. Loved the sit too. I want to appreciate our participants for being on time, mostly, for asking lots of questions. I really, really liked having such active discussion rounds for the consultations. I want to also appreciate the AB for being here, also 2 people, which is not very common, for making sure we didn't mess up on the EPP, for giving great advice here and year round. Obviously, Yannick being here for the legal duties, also giving advice, very much appreciated from one person to the other. And I also really, really want to thank the CT. I actually have a little thing on behalf of ESN Finland for you guys. CT put in so much work during this, like the months before this. It was, I think for the national board, it was all of our first time being on this side of any organization, and the communication was absolutely seamless. So yeah, it was absolutely fantastic working together, and yeah, thank you so much. Everybody had a good time too. Also wait, I'm so sorry. Our lovely trainers. I skipped the workshops to prepare Slidos that worked clearly very well, but the training is such an important part of the NAs. It's, people come here to vote on stuff, but the thing that you take home usually is what you learn from the trainings during the workshops, and that is so, so valuable, whether it's your first NA or 10th NA. So huge thank you to the trainers and to Robbie who coordinated everything. From what I heard, the workshops were absolutely amazing. So thank you for that. Thank you for your flexibility with some communication errors sometimes. But yeah, thank you so much for you as well for being here.
Yes, Lily. Also, sorry, if it's okay, OC, all of it, you guys can come here as well, please. Yes.
Not all of us are here. We have more people.
Where are you? You are here.
We have some people who helped us a bunch before the NA, but then are not in Vasa this weekend. But they've done also a huge amount of work. Julie worked a lot before the NA, so she can be a vote delegate for us, which is an interesting caveat that comes up when you're an organizing committee. We have a lot of active members who are helping us too, which is awesome.
Yes, on behalf of ESN Finland and ESN Jyväskylä, I want to say thank you to the OC. I know this is a stressful task from what I've heard from our lovely head of OC. It's been hell, but she didn't let this seep through to the event, which made it so much more enjoyable for everyone. I want to thank the participants. Thank you for coming, thank you for being here, and thank you to the CT for being great. You guys have done an amazing job, and I hope I get to see you guys again, and I hope you enjoyed this.
Who was spraying water yesterday? Not cool.
Me, no.
No, what?
The dude who was spraying water yesterday.
Oh, he's not here, so that's our common ESN Vasa city punishment. So you got the Vasa treatment.
Come on, I got sprayed.
Okay, I would like to first amazing OC, and I already wrote in the NA gossip channel. I was the one. Well, OC was amazing. This was very well organized. Venue was amazingly very beautiful. Everything was very smooth. Food was amazing as well. And I've seen, like, for example, with Jana and Emma, we prepared for this thing, and we were, on one of the days, we were having online meeting from 9 till 11:30 or something in the night, and we were like, we changed this now, we put this here, because it has to be like this, and because people usually leave, you saw, like, some of us already has left. And so it was amazing, and I've seen also, like, she's still taking pictures, you guys can see, still in her role. Also, these guys actually worked so well, like yesterday, like running from here, there, and taking drinks, taking empty glasses, the cleaning, it was so efficiently done. She worked a lot. Like, I think Emma did, I think, like 7 or 8 presentations all by herself, and I just personally cannot do, even being in international committees, I cannot do any of the national board tasks like her, but I mean, she possessed this much ability to do it. There is a reason I did not do anything in national board in Germany as well. I'm like, no, thank you. Just do local board and then international. It's easier there. Because there are people, it's much more divided in each way. Okay, well, that's another story. Who else? Our lovely people. Amazing to network with you, and it was very nice to meet you all. Very nice to share drinks, and for those who drank, it was very amazing, Luis. Well, and amazing team of CT which I had, like very smooth communication. For context, I've been talking to Emma like a little bit before, maybe like September. Not even September, and we met in September first in Echukom, like 3 days later in NEP, or 3-4 days later in NEP, and now here. And same with Paulina, like we just keep on bumping into each other, and this is how it works. And so funnily, because Marco was telling me that his family lives in Jena, I'm like, what a small world. Like, who would have thought? It's a small city and you come from there. And these guys were amazing, very smooth conversations, very smooth maintenance. Everything was very smooth, amazing work. Like, big hands. Anyone else, please speak your heart out.
Okay, actually, if I can say only a couple of words, I think I will repeat a lot, but thank you, OC, so much. This was a great NA, I can really say that. And I would also like to thank all of you, because coming to a different NO's NA can be a little scary because you don't know anyone. But I think I don't just speak for myself, but for all of us, that you really welcomed us in a very, very nice way. And it was an amazing week. All the trainings were amazing. All the social program was amazing. The plenaries, I just like that. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
If you're shy, you can always fill the feedback form. And also feel it if you want to.
So I will follow Martin's words that it's a different NA, different everything, and I also do not feel at all that I'm not from here. You do not make me feel that. So thank you for invitation also, for being here, and thank you for the first sit ever. That was amazing. And I will keep spreading the legacy of just how amazing a concert. Same for Cocos. I'm already like posting to my section, guys. This is so I wish you could come once to Poland and show our people, because it's just amazing. Yeah. So thank you. It was amazing.
Hello. Wanted to say that the OC was amazing. The guidance of Jana was incredible. Having been there, I know the struggles, and we were very clueless when we started organizing our own NA, but we figured it out, and you did very well. And I feel everyone knew what to do at all times. No, there was no miscommunications, no nothing. Logistics were great. Food was great, as everyone said. Honestly, top-notch work. Thank you very much. Emma, you worked a lot, as he said. I was talking to you every single time with trainers also. My trainers, not these trainers. I hope I didn't spam you too much. But yeah, I think everyone had a good time with the workshops, and I hope you learned from the trainers. And for all the participants, thank you very much for coming. I hope you had a great time, and it was amazing to see new and old faces and me and friends as well.
I still wanted to give a shout out to the waiters yesterday at the sit-sit. I've never seen that, people running around. It was really impressive. I think if I would ask volunteers or board people in my section to do this, they would resign or they would try to kick me out. So really big shout out, guys. This was very impressive.
Anyone else? Or you would like to fill the feedback form? Okay. Please, Turi.
I want to say thank you to our OC. I feel like it wasn't hell. Maybe it's already like hindsight that it was so nice. But I feel like overall, like, we did pretty well. Like, it wasn't that bad.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for everyone. We do this final. Sorry. Yeah, I know. Final. Thank you. Final thank you to OC once again. And before that, I officially close the NA in Vasa, West Coast.
West Coast.
Bravo. You forgot your. Also, on their demands, let's say 3, 2, 1, clap. I do not know how to do it, so who wants to do it?
Okay, so I'm gonna say 3, 2, 1, and then clap, okay? Okay, so 3, 2, 1.
Awesome sauce.
For new people,